She's the world's largest custom-built livestock carrier, a modern-day Noah's Ark, Becrux.
For us, it's a passenger ship. Just the passengers are 4 legs. That's the only difference.
She must get 16,000 head of cattle from Australia to Indonesia in just 4 days.
One of the most dangerous animals you carry at sea.
On the way, they'll face heavy traffic and pirate-infested waters.
We are under piracy attack.
What counts is to get this $12 million cargo delivered alive and well. In the heat of a summer night, a giant ship pulls up to the wharf in the port of Darwin on Australia's north coast. This $100 million ship was designed and built to carry one of Australia's most important exports, livestock. Becrux is coming in from delivering millions of dollars worth of sheep and cattle to Oman, Kuwait, and Mexico. Captain Antonio Toscas has one priority: to load his ship and set sail again, fast. For Becrux, time is big money. Leaving on schedule is essential.
Our weather is gonna be very good, as we thought.
We are lucky.
Yeah, we will have good voyage.
They have just 2 days to load more than 16,000 animals. But right now, she's forbidden by law to even start. The quarantine flag is up. The ship is locked down. The only people allowed on are government inspectors. Until cleared, a livestock ship like Becrux is presumed a hazard to the health of every animal in Australia. By dawn, Becrux has cleared inspection and is ready for loading. It is up to her experienced crew, a confident League of Nations, to prepare her for what's coming. The officers are almost all Italians. The deckhands, mostly from the Philippines. The engineers from India. English is their only common tongue, and clear communication is crucial.
Okay.
The turnaround time is tight. But first, Captain Toscas needs to chart his course. The crew needs to ready their ship for a huge influx of hungry and thirsty animals. It will require 300 tons of feed and nearly 500,000 liters of water a day. A high-powered ventilation system, state-of-the-art electronics, and to get them moving, a 15,000 horsepower, 7-cylinder diesel engine that has powered the ship without a breakdown for the 7 years since she was built.
71 voyages we made. 71 voyages, and there have been problems, but never something which has held the ship up or the ship has stopped. No.
Ready to be loaded.
It's a state-of-the-art facility made expressly to care for what SEBA Ships considers passengers.
For us, it's a passenger ship. Just the passengers are 4 legs. That's the only difference. At stockyards a few kilometers from the port, thousands of cattle are herded into the staging area. They've come from all over Australia's Northern Territory. By dusk, all 16,000 will be here.
Cattle ready? Stand up.
They need to be here to undergo a government-ordered health inspection. These are range animals, tough and strong. They're jumpy around people. If they get scared and panic spreads, only the fences would prevent a stampede. Here and at sea, managing the animals is the domain of the stockmen, specially trained and certified cowboys of the outback.
We're just looking for these cattle just come off the truck this morning, just doing a bit of tidy up the line before they go on the boat tomorrow night. So anything that's looking a bit poor in condition, put in a separate pen. So we're doing a quick sort out before the vets get here.
The stockmen are seriously outnumbered. On board, it'll be 16,000 to 4. Stockman Linton Batt has to organize them according to a precise loading plan.
Just trying to find the right pens and the right space for the cattle and keep them in the specific lines for the clients overseas. So it's been one of our more tricky loadouts for sure.
They all look pretty good.
Just like the ship, these cattle are going nowhere until quarantine gives them a green light.
These ones came in first. Some of the, I think, Alice Springs cattle. Reds. Heifers further over.
Cattle manager Justin Morrissey presents them to the government vet.
Tough animals.
If the vet finds even one diseased animal, he can seal off this feedlot and stop the shipment. Raising cattle and sheep in Australia is a $10 billion a year industry. Nothing can be allowed to endanger it.
I'll go to the office to do some paperwork.
So approval to load is no sure thing, and the entire shipment depends upon it.
What we've been waiting for, permission for leave for loading, good to go.
Getting cattle to the ship is the job of an Australian specialty, road trains. They're ungainly, but one of them can pack in 200 head per trip. That kind of size matters when you're racing against the clock to get all those cattle on board before it's time to go. Loading is a 2.5-day marathon, all day and night in sweltering tropical heat. They need to keep up a grueling pace, 500 animals an hour, one every 7 seconds, for 48 straight hours. Not only that, they have to load them in a precise sequence.
The cargo on board is for 5 different clients. We have to load the boat as we will unload the boat in Indonesia. To get them arriving at the boat on time, to get on the right deck in the right area, that takes some thinking about.
They also need to keep the weight evenly distributed and steer the younger and more mobile cattle to the lowest and highest decks. The older ones get the easy-to-access middle decks. If a steer bolts or a heifer stumbles and gets hurt, the whole operation could come to a halt. And they have to do it road train after road train after road train.
I'd say we're averaging around 500 head an hour. There's opportunities to go faster, but we don't like to push the cattle around too much.
Too fast causes injuries and stress. Hurt or anxious cattle could lose weight on the voyage. Lost weight means lost profits.
We're in a very hot climate, and as quickly and quietly as we can put those cattle on board the ship, the better result we're going to have over across the voyage.
The crew are trying to get loaded in time for a punctual departure. They just might make it, as long as the tide doesn't get too high.
In 1 hour we're going to have
High tide. If the tide goes too high, the ramp gets too steep, we can't ram cuddle up because they'll roll back down and they get crushed.
we stop the load.
Yeah. Then we'll go again later when it comes back down.
It's a grueling job in sweltering heat and stifling humidity.
Getting on for 12, 14 hours in. No men or animal damaged. We take rest when we can. We work when the trucks are here. And as that's the safety of the men and the livestock.
At the start of the second day of their punishing load schedule, there's a sudden setback. An arriving tanker has priority, so Becrux has to move a few hundred meters.
Okay, boys, 4.5, single up.
Okay, 042, we're just going to start.
Roger that.
It's only a short way, but it requires tugs, a harbor pilot, and time they'd rather not spend.
Water power, Maersk.
Order power.
The whole loading schedule has to be changed.
Stop engine.
Stop engine. It's put us probably 12 hours behind. We should be able to get a few trucks in and keep the show moving. We can only go as fast as the trucks can get here, so that's a limiting factor, but we're raring to go now.
Just as things get rolling again, a truckload of stumbling blocks rolls in.
Reluctant sea travellers.
Water buffalo. They can weigh up to 700 kilograms, and they throw that weight around. If you try to hurry them, they'll just get mad. This schedule can't afford any bovine mutinies. The stockmen are about to face a big, mean test.
Here they come. Whee!
Becrux, the world's largest custom-made livestock carrier, is loading up for a 4-day journey from Darwin, Australia to Jakarta, Indonesia, with 16,000 cows, steers, heifers, bulls, and some very large and very stubborn water buffalo.
Jimbo! First 4 decks are the big fellas, yeah? Buffalo are running very different to cattle. These are big, tough, strong animals. Probably the most dangerous animal you carry at sea. It'll be hard yakka. Yeah, so just need to close the gate. We'll run the small one straight. Coming now.
Becrux has a tight schedule. It's only 12 hours from departure. But water buffalo just don't care.
Who's back there?
You can't push them. If you do, they push right back.
Those big fellas all go 700 kilos.
If you try to scare them, they can turn the tables on you in a heartbeat.
Push him up! Push him up!
And if there isn't a strong barrier between you, they can be lethal. Even then, give them running room and they can blow those barriers off their hinges.
Get the gate! Grab the gate! Grab the gate!
Just to survive, the stockmen have to move fast.
As the big one's finished, they're now little ones. Where's your mate? Here he comes.
The last, most stubborn buffalo seemed determined to blow the loading schedule off its hinges.
No, we haven't got time for you, mate.
To get them moving, the stockmen need every trick in their book. First, gentle persuasion.
Go on out. Go on out there. Go on out there. Here he goes, here he goes, here he goes. Ah!
Then, a tug. It comes down to a battle of wills and reflexes.
I can nearly got you. One big old boy, obviously a reluctant traveller. Not only the free trip to Indonesia, he might have left his passport behind. Here we go.
Becrux is scheduled to leave with the morning tide. It's going to be another long night.
Plan to finish about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Do you have any news about pilot?
Yeah, pilot will be 6:30.
The officers put their heads together to chart the best route. They have to pass through the Java Sea, a notorious pirate zone. And if that's not bad enough, it's also monsoon season. Last week, a cyclone turned Darwin's harbor into a maelstrom. Nobody wants the danger and ordeal of dealing with large animals in heavy seas.
As soon as off the coast of Australia, we are expecting a good current pushing us from aft. So I think we will reach in time in Jakarta. But once inside here is good.
All right.
At 3 a.m., bovine passenger number 16,341 was finally loaded. Departure time is only 4 hours away. Becrux is sitting lower in the water, weighed down by 5 million kilograms of live cargo.
The pilot ladder, starboard side, 1 meter.
On the bridge, the pace quickens. Captain Toskis has the most impressive license a seafarer can have. Master Mariner, unlimited tonnage, all oceans. But not even he is allowed to sail unassisted in Darwin's harbor.
New technology, eh?
By law, a local pilot must guide Becrux out to open water.
Okay, half thrust to port.
Yes, port.
Yeah, Maersk, just lift off fairway, please.
Fairway.
Just full thrust to port.
The big diesel cranks away with the power of 15,000 horses.
Roger, no traffic. Thanks very much.
Pushing Becrux and her 16,000 cattle out toward the Darwin Channel.
Steady on 290, please. 290. Thanks. I'll get off here. Get you steady on 283. And report it Bravo. Yeah.
All right.
When Becrux reaches the mouth of the harbor, the pilot's job is done.
When I get off, come back to 320, then straight out. Okay, thanks very much, Captain. Thank you.
They want little to starboard.
Okay, all right.
They put starboard 5.
Yeah, pilot away. No thrust.
But only a few minutes after the pilot leaves, the engine temperature sensors indicate a problem that could send Becrux right back to the wharf.
Chief.
Yes, Captain, we have slight problem. See, number 2 unit, that sensor is not working okay, so the deviation is high. So I will have to stop for about 5 minutes, maybe maximum 10 minutes.
Okay, I will stop the ship now. Some problem, engine problem, how is that? Always.
The engine's normal operating temperature is 80 degrees Celsius. Cylinder 2 is reading 383. If true, the engine is on the verge of a meltdown.
Number 2 unit, eh?
The chief is hoping it's just a bad sensor. But if the new one confirms an overheating cylinder, the journey is at risk. Returning to the dock at Darwin will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Right now, this massive ship, fully loaded with more than 16,000 cattle, is adrift, barely a kilometer offshore. On the bridge, the next 10 minutes will feel like 10 hours. Becrux has just left the wharf in Darwin, Australia, but already within sight of the beach, she's dead in the water. Her engineers are scrambling to make a repair.
That number 2 sensor is not working correct. That is why the deviation is showing high.
Chief Engineer Ajith has shut down the diesel engine to see why cylinder 2 is reading nearly 5 times the normal temperature. On the bridge, the captain has to ride the wind and tides to keep his powerless ship from drifting into shallow water.
Chief Engineer told me 10 minutes about. We are safe for the channel for this slow water, shallow water.
The chief engineer has ordered the sensor replaced. Now he needs to test both it and the engine. In her 7-year career, Becrux has never had a breakdown at sea. No one wants the first time to be with a full load.
Captain, we are going to start the engine now. Okay.
They start the engine and wait to see if it climbs above the normal operating temperature of 80 degrees. The cylinder gets to 80 and holds.
Fly on starboard side, starboard side, pilot.
Okay, Captain, everything is normal. Now you can bring the RPM to 127.
So we can go. Slow it.
With the big diesel back online, Becrux and her 16,000 bovine passengers head for open water. Cattle are used to solid ground, but they usually adjust to the ship's motion after a day. If they get anxious and go off their feed longer than that, they start to lose weight fast. Lost weight means lost profits.
Head up, girls. That manure's starting to build up in there, Scott. We might get some sawdust. Yep. I might spread some sawdust through this pen.
One of the stockmen's biggest jobs is just keeping their cattle calm.
Easy, girls. Easy, girls.
On Becrux, animals usually gain weight, a big reason the ship is in demand. Now, Becrux's stockmen are trying a new way to pile on a few more kilos. Electrolytes.
Gatorade for cows.
Yes. Radio, time, okay. Permit is done. Okay. Thank you very much.
While the cattle feed, Chief Officer Laura Pinasco must ensure the fodder keeps coming. To do that, she has to go into the ship's most dangerous area, the silos. All those tons of fodder must be kept dry or it will spoil. But the drier it is, the greater the risk of an explosion. One spark in here and Becrux could blow.
The light is fireproof and sealed as well. And we have CO2 system and of course fire detection system. We can stop the fire in a few seconds.
If the fodder does start burning, a system triggered from the bridge can fill this compartment with carbon dioxide gas and smother the blaze. The food is so essential that Becrux has 2 separate silos. Even if the supply in one is ruined, the second can keep the animals fed long enough to finish the journey. The silos are just the headwaters of an elaborate system that transports food to every pen on all 9 decks. From each silo, the feed falls through 6 chutes onto a conveyor belt. The conveyor runs to a lift. Small scoops hoisted to the sun deck. Those yummy pellets then flow the length and breadth of the ship on more conveyors. Then gravity takes over, pulling the feed down a series of chutes through the decks and out to every trough. This system can deliver more than 300 tons a day.
Captains really are looking good, aren't they?
To wash those dry pellets down requires more fresh water than Becrux could load or store. So to keep her passengers hydrated, the ship has 4 reverse osmosis desalinators that can transform seawater into more than 500,000 liters of fresh water a day. Fresh air is even more important. The cattle would suffocate if it weren't for 84 high-powered fans. Half of them draw fresh air from the top deck and push it below through huge ducts. On each deck, deflectors divert the rushing air out through openings cut into the giant pipes. The other 42 fans suck hot, stale air from the pens up the tubes and out vents on the sun deck. Inside, it sounds like a jet engine. But the air in this huge ship is completely replenished every 60 seconds, 3 times faster than on a jetliner. Creature comforts for the officers and crew are important as well. Officers spend 6 months on board without a break. For the deckhands, it's a year. But there is time to relax, and there are benefits to sailing on a ship that flies the Italian flag.
Okay, boys, wait a moment. Tonight, I will cooking for you. Lasagna. I hope you like, eh? Oh, thank you, Captain. Why not?
Captain Toskis paid his way through the Maritime Academy by working as a cook.
Cook.
So every now and then, he takes a turn in the galley.
Cook, tomorrow you coming on the bridge. I will show you how to pilot the boat.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's for 20 minutes, sir.
20 minutes, but don't burn, eh?
Okay, sir.
Oh, good. Me? Oh.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. Don't tell me that is not good.
The crew of Becrux is as unusual as the ship's mission. Cowboys and sailors don't often mingle. When they do, not even 84 high-powered blowers can clear the air of all that testosterone. The stockmen are taller, but on this court, sea legs matter more, and the deckhands have got them. On the bridge, it's not sea legs that are needed, but owl eyes. Tonight, the Timor Sea is as dark as the captain's espresso. Third Officer Giuseppe Verducci is on the night watch.
The speed also is going up. Wind is going down. Visibility very good.
The weather is good, a mixed blessing, as the real threats in Indonesian waters are pirates. They sneak up alongside ships in powerful speedboats under cover of darkness. Armed with machine guns and grenades, pirate gangs board by clambering up grappling lines they hook onto a ship's railings. For young Third Officer Verducci, it's going to be a long night. The journey from Darwin, Australia to Jakarta, Indonesia enters its second day. Becrux and her 16,000 four-legged passengers are making a respectable 18 knots, about 33 kilometers an hour. Chief Officer Laura Pinasco has been on the lookout for pirates since her shift started at 4 a.m. With the sun up, the threat of pirate attack is lower. But the officers are about to face a new challenge, a tight squeeze. Indonesia's islands are a barrier to ships sailing between East Asia and the Indian Ocean.
We are just south of Timor, and we will be on the narrow channel on about 8 o'clock.
All the maritime trade between East Asia and the Indian Ocean has to funnel through a few bottlenecks. The Roti Strait is only 10 kilometers wide, and its currents are notoriously strong. So the officers need to be especially vigilant, minding where the ship is heading, as well as the radar, the horizon, and the waters around them.
East Timor, Indonesia.
The stockmen have their own interests to watch over. They have to be on their guard for any signs of a contagious disease. With so many cattle crowded together, anything that could spread is likely to. The stockmen watch for warning signs like lost appetite. After years of working with livestock, they can single out an animal with a problem from a herd of thousands.
That's that greyhound there, Stu, that has been eating the last couple of days. Oh, yeah. Maybe we might pull her out. Right. Give us some antibiotics. I think she's picked up a minor infection. Yeah, right, mate. Bill, this is the hospital pen. Yep. Some sawdust made comfortable. There she is over the back.
The stockman must act quickly when it comes to treatment. In this case, it's a gut infection and not contagious.
So we're going to give her a course of antibiotics, see if we can sort the problem out and get her back in the swing of things and get her back on that foot. This will get her right. Done. All right, Stuart, just keep an eye on her for the next day or so.
Next, the stockmen have to face a different medical crisis. One of the buffalo has an infection, but the treatment hasn't worked.
There we go, mate.
Yeah, mate, I've sedated him. He's out cold.
Fully sedated?
Yeah, no, he's right to go.
There we go, mate.
They've run out of options.
Is he fully sedated?
He is, mate, yep.
No, it's a terrible end to what's been a great day.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
All right, let's put him out of his misery. Excuse me. Let's get out of here.
It's a grim sight, but the buffalo will neither go to waste nor pollute the water. The sea around here teems with hungry sharks. Up on the bridge, Captain Toscas is getting ready to enter the Java Sea.
After we coming inside to Java Sea, this is very big, dangerous for pirates.
The Java Sea is home water to some of the world's most dangerous pirates, with dozens of attacks in the last 5 years alone. Becrux is heading right into the hot zone.
Yeah, nowadays piracy is becoming a very big problem. We can do nothing. We can do nothing just to avoid them. The only thing that we can do is to be alert.
Unarmed merchant ships are lucrative prey for pirates. Crews have their cash and belongings on board with them. And the crews themselves are valuable as hostages for ransom. Captain Toscas must make sure everyone is prepared with a pirate drill.
Okay, ma'am, one boat is coming this side.
What?
Yeah, this one.
This point?
Yeah, coming this side.
I think we have a trouble.
Yeah, okay.
Put in steering. Fast.
Hot. Hand is steering.
Yes. 296.
296 now.
We want small boat coming, maybe piracy.
Where?
Even though it's only a drill, Captain Toscas and his crew take this exercise very seriously.
Attention to all crew. Attention to all crew. We are under piracy attack.
The name of the game is to make boarding dangerous and difficult. Everyone plays a part. The engineers pour on speed. The helmsman zigs and zags.
MB Becrux, suspected piracy attack.
The deckhands man fire hoses and searchlights, the last line of defense.
Captain, communication established.
Piracy in these waters is a real threat. From here to Jakarta, everyone will remain on high alert. At dawn on day 3, Becrux is north of Bali. Smooth seas make for fast sailing. Under the watchful eyes of the engineers, the big diesel has been working flawlessly. To make even better time, a course has been set that skirts close to the coast. But that means lots of traffic. The bridge officers have to keep their eyes peeled. Chief Officer Laura Pinasco has been on watch for 4 hours, and now it's Giuseppe Verducci's turn.
Visibility is very good. You can see this small boat 11 miles far. You can see by binoculars.
Before Pinasco leaves the bridge, she is required by maritime law to assure that her replacement is coherent and alert.
Everything is clear. I can leave the bridge.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Make a mistake and you can forfeit your license and career. Verducci spots a vessel on the radar. Right now, it's on a collision course.
We have a ship on port bow coming toward us. With present course, actually, we can say we are in collision.
Big as the ocean is, there are traffic laws. Because the approaching ship is on Becrux's port or left side, it's the one that must change course to avoid a collision.
It's like on a car, like in a road.
Verducci has to keep his course steady and track the other vessel. It does change course. But then an alarm goes off. One of the high-powered fans that pump fresh air to the cattle decks has failed.
Actually, it's very important. Hello, chief engineer is there?
Aboard Becrux, there is no problem more urgent than a ventilation failure.
Okay, please tell the electrician to go and check quickly the exhaust EAC number 4, because we get alarm it failed.
If the system goes down, the livestock on the enclosed decks would start to suffocate within minutes. But the situation turns out to be isolated to one blower and one embarrassed stockman.
Buddy had a couple of gates on my arm to pen some cattle into a hospital pen, and my hat flew up the exhaust vent up into here, straight into the fan, stopped the system, jammed it tight, and chewed my hat to pieces as well.
But the sea has more perils than the occasional shredded Stetson. Every year, more than 6,000 mariners are lost at sea. Even more would be lost if ships didn't practice how to rescue a person who's gone overboard. A ship can't just slam on the brakes. Stopping takes miles. The first thing is to spot the swimmer and mark where he is. The captain orders what is known as a Williamson turn.
Come 350.
350. Chief, man overboard on starboard side and make maneuvering.
First, a hard 60-degree turn away from the swimmer, this time to port. Then the rudders are jammed the opposite way, 240 degrees to starboard. The turns double the vessel back on her original track.
Not that I put in water.
I can see the man overboard.
This is India Bravo Golf Foxtrot. Man overboard, recovered.
Okay, thank you, guys.
The next challenge Becrux has to face is very real and immediate. Skirting so close to the coast saves time and fuel, but adds hazards. Fishing boats, hundreds of them. Because they're wood, you can never be sure that they'll all show up on radar. It's impossible to slalom a behemoth like Becrux through so many small boats. Second Officer Manjit Aulak uses the rules of the maritime road to maintain Becrux's right-of-way. If he can keep the approaching boats on his left or port side, then they'll have to avoid him. He'll only need to yield to the ones on his right or starboard side. But everybody has to steer around fishing boats with nets in the water because they can't maneuver very well.
We have one fishing boat ahead. She have nets in the water doing fishing. So now she is not moving. I am observing him on the radar. Come 350.
350. What's the board?
This is motor vessel Becrux, call sign India Bravo Golf Foxtrot. I will be keeping clear, keeping her port. We have 1.5 mile clearance.
While the officers on the bridge white-knuckle it through the fishing fleet, the stockmen are sweating too. It turns out one group of cattle ended up in the wrong pens.
Down, girls.
Leaving them in place would cause huge delays when it's time to unload them. With that disaster averted, there's time for one last ale at the rail.
Another great day, you blokes.
Next stop, Jakarta.
Up on the bridge, Third Officer Giuseppe Verducci once again has the night watch. Those fishing boats are hard enough to spot by day. In the dark, with few running lights, they are a nightmare. Tonight will be a challenge, and tomorrow, when they enter one of the world's busiest ports, things will really get hectic. Becrux has made it nearly all the way through the Java Sea on schedule and without meeting any pirates.
We are on the chart, we are here, 45 miles north of Java. So we will be at Jakarta Pilot Station about 1600 today.
The destination is just over the horizon, but the unloading dock is a long way off. Jakarta's harbor is crowded with tankers, cargo ships, and swarms of smaller vessels. It's impossible to keep the right of way. As they approach the narrow gap in the breakwater, it's time for the pilot to board.
Okay, pilot level is ready in the port side.
When your ship is worth $100 million, a pilot who knows the harbor and every local rock and shoal is literally worth his weight in gold.
Stop engine. Stop engine. Forward.
Kita tali pertama match 420. 420.
Jakarta's seaport is one of the busiest in the world. To an untrained eye, it looks like chaos.
Stop out.
Stop out.
Yes. That's last step.
That's low start. Now we go after parallel. Yes. Okay, boss, is enough.
Okay.
Mr. Pilot. Very good.
But now their final challenge, Indonesian health inspection. The stockmen need to prove again that they haven't brought any foreign diseases or pests with them. Sandeep Kumar, the ship's cadet, raises the quarantine flag. Nothing can come or go until Indonesian quarantine has signed off. One problem, and they can force Becrux back to sea, a disaster that could cost the exporter millions and his reputation. The success of the voyage and the $12 million cargo hangs in the balance.
We had a very good trip this time, sir. Very small mortality. Just the one mortality at sea. Good size, huh? Very fat.
The cattle do look healthy. No pests have moved in. The inspectors sign off. The yellow flag is hauled down. There are no road trains in Jakarta, just a line of small trucks that carry a few animals each. It's not quite the end of their journey. They're headed to market.
Just arrived in Jakarta after 4 days at sea. The livestock are in magnificent condition. Customers are happy. Another successful voyage for the MV Becrux, most modern livestock ship in the world.
Soon, Becrux will be on her way back to Australia, where 70,000 sheep are waiting for a lift to Oman and Qatar in the Persian Gulf. As the most modern livestock carrier in the world, the ship and her expert crew are in high demand. Often, her customers have no idea of the dangers she faces, nor the expertise required to run a ship like Becrux. But they do know she's in a class all her own. The biggest ship in the world has big responsibilities. Emma Maersk has only 2 weeks to sail across the globe with a $500 million cargo. She will sail through dangerous seas.
We know what we are doing, but we are also aware of the risk doing that.
While her crew will work overtime to maintain this high-tech marvel.
I prefer actually to do the dangerous part myself.
Whatever it takes, Emma has got to arrive on time, and the clock is ticking. It's one of the busiest ports on the planet, Tanjung Pelepas in Malaysia. It's the loading point for millions of containers a year from Asia, bound for Europe and North America. They carry everything from TVs to t-shirts, frozen fish to footwear, cameras to cosmetics.
Today is a very heavy operation. We have 7 vessels on berth. And approximately we are doing about 10,000 containers.
But the port's #1 job is to load the world's biggest ship, Emma Maersk. 397 meters long, 20 stories tall, Emma dwarfs everything around her. She can carry a whopping 12,000 containers. A freight train with a load this big would have to be 70 kilometers long. All on one mighty state-of-the-art ship. Her unique silhouette is all boat. A sleek hull, a soaring superstructure amidships. She's clearly built for one purpose, to move enormous amounts of cargo as quickly as possible. Without those big boxes, Emma is an empty warehouse with a for lease sign in the window. In just 3 hours, she has to be loaded and gone.
Today we have about 2,000 loading and 450 discharge. And the challenge will be that we need to sail out this vessel as soon as possible.
She's got just 13 days to reach Spain, 13,000 kilometers away. In the boxes is $500 million worth of cargo, and delivering it late is not an option. Like giant spiders, 6 gantry cranes tirelessly load containers onto Emma. Each one weighs over 5 tons. And the best crane operators can load 30 an hour, looking down from their perch 60 meters above the ground. Each crane has a manager who confirms that the right containers are being loaded onto the right ship. It's vital that every container is placed properly. On board Emma, that's the job of ships officers Remus Galeatos and Niels Larsen.
In the front, we have the most dangerous cargo. That would be acids, flammable. If we have fireworks, class 1.4G, all the way to the aft, so that if we have a potential risk on the vessel, it will be as far away from the living quarters, accommodation, and above all, the main engines.
Dangerous cargo at the bow. High-maintenance refrigerated cargo closer to the superstructure. Weather-prone containers packed with expensive electronics below deck. A shift could mean catastrophe, so every box must be placed and then properly secured to guarantee stability, especially if they run into a typhoon.
Okay, thank you.
8 stories up on the world's widest bridge, First Officer Galeatos weighs all the factors that could delay Emma. Right now, it's monsoon season, so he and the captain have to plan the voyage carefully.
Hello, Ramos. Hello, Captain. So, are we ready for departure?
Just finished.
After 16 years of planning voyages, Danish captain Jørgen Sonicsen is an expert. In fact, he was born for this job.
We have a history back in Denmark for seamen and seafarers, all the way back to actually the Viking first, but then later on to the big sailing ships. So you have checked all the charts and publication is in place? Okay.
After leaving Malaysia, Emma's next destination is the Suez Canal. A 9-day, non-stop voyage of 9,260 kilometers. And she can't be late.
We will depart the pilot station around 1700. And then the required speed in order to arrive at Suez will be 22.7 knots.
22.7.
Okay?
Yeah.
Very good.
Based on weather and currents, they determine the most fuel-efficient route. They also consider human risks, like 21st century pirates.
And again, we have made the track north of Tregurtha, right, in water, to stay as far as possible from the Somalian coast. I want to know...
Ships try to steer clear of pirate activity, but there's no escape from the Strait of Malacca, their only route to the Indian Ocean, and the most active area of piracy in the world.
What have the chief officer told you about the departure time? How far are we?
1500.
1500 still?
More or less, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
and what time is the pilot order?
Same for 1500.
Finally, loading is complete, and together the gantry cranes pull away from the ship. 15 stories above the dock, Captain Sonicsen has a bird's-eye view of their departure.
Cleared off the puller.
With him is a local pilot, who by law must help guide Emma safely out of port.
Thank you, and tell me when the thrusters are clear. All right, pilot, we are going out.
And Emma will need all the help she can get. Departing Tanjung Pelepas in Malaysia is always tricky, and Emma's size means she faces extra hazards in the harbor. She has to be pulled away from the dock and turned 180 degrees before she can start her engine. 2 tugboats assist the ship's 4 starboard hull thrusters that push Emma sideways with powerful jets of water. The harbor's shallow, muddy bottom is dredged constantly, but Emma's size, weight, and draft are a deadly combination. Contact with the soft bottom could rip a hole in her hull. Her journey would be over before it's even begun. Captain Sonicsen has to be very cautious.
We know what we are doing, but we are also aware of the risk doing that. I'm just making sure that we are keeping ourselves in the middle of the fairway due to our restricted draft. Okay, second, tell me when the propeller clear.
Emma completes her turn, and the world's biggest propeller, 10 meters in diameter and weighing almost 130 tons, can now go to work. If all goes according to plan, it won't stop turning for 9 more days. But the sea has plans of its own. As Emma leaves port, a monsoon rolls in, turning the visibility to almost zero.
I can't see her. Not yet.
Port 10.
Port 10.
Midship.
Midship.
Steady she goes, please.
Steady she goes.
The mist hides dozens of ships. A collision could spell disaster, but Emma's navigation system identifies the position of each vessel.
It's a beacon every ship has with the name and call sign and data of the ETA and where they're going.
30 minutes later, as the monsoon blows by, Emma finally clears the port. The pilot disembarks, and she can now accelerate to her cruising speed of 40 kilometers an hour. With pirate-infested waters dead ahead, Chief Officer Niels Larsen has to do all he can to secure his ship.
We're going through a pirate area tonight.
Modern-day pirates don't steal
me a favor and
cargo.
talk to the
They
Tyco
capture crew for ransom.
I'm sure that we need to rig for pirate precautions.
In the past month, there have been 4 attacks on smaller ships. Emma's best defense is her size, but the crew still lash high-pressure water hoses to her railings. They're not cannons, but they can shoot a blast of water hard enough to stop a pirate in his tracks. As Emma enters the Strait of Malacca, she's locked up tight, the hoses turned on, and the crew waits out the night. The night has come and gone. It's been 24 hours since Emma Maersk left Malaysia. The pirates in the Strait of Malacca stayed away from the massive ship. Now, she changes course and heads west into the vast Indian Ocean. Just 5 degrees north of the equator, the weather is hot, humid, and unpredictable. Captain Sonicson is all too aware that Mother Nature is his biggest challenge.
Okay, what are you calling very rough? There must be some swell up there.
Yes.
Emma is totally exposed to extreme conditions that could wreak havoc on her cargo. Right now, the scorching tropical sun is her biggest enemy. Emma's most delicate cargo, perishable food, is packed in refrigerated containers called reefers. If they lose power, their contents could spoil within hours. Millions of dollars and Emma's reputation would be lost. All containers must be monitored constantly. Every day, Niels Larsen inspects the boxes on board. It's a grueling task, as Cadet Rasmus Hogenog knows. He's learning the ins and outs of Emma so he can become an officer.
I'm a dual cadet, so that means I have to be both in the Indian and on deck. So on this big ship, there's many things to learn.
They check that the container stacks are stable and secure, that the reefers full of exotic frozen foods aren't malfunctioning, that the dangerous cargo, like fireworks and hazardous chemicals, is sealed and safe. Problems with any of them, hundreds of kilometers from land, could put Emma out of business. But inspecting the ship isn't easy. Emma is enormous. The daily checkup is no stroll in the park, especially under the blazing equatorial sun. A simple walk all the way around the ship is a 1.2 kilometer hike. And a climb up the 6-story tall container stacks is like scaling a small mountain.
So lads, don't climb down until I'm all the way down.
I'll wait until you're clear.
That's good. And watch the rope.
Checking on the cargo below deck is a harrowing 6-story descent into the bowels of the ship. It's dark, and it's not for the faint of heart.
And again, when you're walking down here, watch the gaps. You could actually fall in between.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
If the containers are paramount, equally critical are the lines holding them in place. If the stacks are unstable, Emma could capsize. Alvin Serenilla and Sammy Abongan have 40 years at sea between them. They know Emma's size helps keep her stable, but they leave nothing to chance.
It's good because I cannot feel any rollings and not so much pitching and rolling, so I don't feel seasick this ship.
Doing checking all the lashings, make sure that's all tight, so we have to check it every time, especially when we have a long voyage.
While the able-bodied seamen sweat it out in the heat, the refrigeration units work overtime to keep their cargo cool. It's a crucial job, too, and electrician John Stephenson has to make sure that nothing goes wrong. He's got 176 reefers to babysit. Emma could carry 1,000. Each one is packed with expensive foods like caviar, chocolate, and New Zealand lamb.
You can see the temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius. Some of them can go down to minus 35, and we have some special reefers we call the super freezer. They go down to minus 65 degrees Celsius.
Sensors monitor the temperatures of the containers. Today, one of them triggers an alarm in the unit, and it's relayed to a computer terminal in the control center.
And here you see there is an alarm. I can go and highlight it. I can watch what is the alarm.
If it's serious, some of Emma's valuable cold cargo could be in jeopardy.
I can see that it is a minor fault, so there is nothing to be worried about.
The dangerous cargo containers don't have sensors, but they get a meticulous once-over. Because their contents are toxic, sometimes volatile, a tiny crack could lead to a big explosion or a poison gas leak. Day in, day out, Emma is inspected from bow to stern, top to bottom. Today at least, above deck, everything is in order. But below deck, there's more to worry about than just containers. In the center of the ship, right below the superstructure, sits the world's largest diesel engine, the heart of Emma Maersk. It weighs 2,300 tons. Its 14 cylinders produce 110,000 horsepower, as much as 1,100 cars. Chief Engineer Michael Sort and his team have one big job: keep the world's largest engine running to power the world's longest propeller shaft that turns the world's biggest propeller.
We are right now in the shaft tunnel of the Emma Maersk. We are walking next to the shaft. As you can see, the shaft is rotating. It's rotating at 84 RPMs, the same speed as the propeller is in the water.
From the coupling at the main engine all the way to the stern, the propeller shaft is 120 meters long. And at the end of the tunnel is Emma's massive propeller. For the next 8 days and 9,000 kilometers, Emma's one and only propeller must turn constantly if she's going to reach the Suez Canal on schedule. Her engine crew has to make sure that it does. They'll use high-tech wizardry. Over 8,000 sensors that monitor everything from fuel consumption and exhaust emissions to the performance of all 14 cylinders. They'll back that up the old-fashioned way, with routine engine maintenance. But at sea, nothing is ever routine. A critical piece of the engine, one of its massive diesel generators, has just failed.
Well, this generator is very important. It's 1 out of 5. And they are used to produce electricity and power to our refrigerated cargo.
The reefers are in danger. The generator must be repaired, and the crew have only a few hours to fix it. The tropical heat is intense. There are millions of dollars of refrigerated cargo at stake, and Emma is in the middle of nowhere. Emma Maersk is engulfed in the searing heat of the Indian Ocean, carrying millions of dollars in frozen food, and she just lost one of her generators.
In this room we have 2 diesel generators of 4,100 kilowatt, and we have had a problem with a cooler.
The cooler, or condenser, keeps the generator from overheating. To fix it, they have to shut it down. Problem is, Emma's other generators can only pick up the slack for a few hours. Then, the stress will become too great. Emma may have to slow down, so the engineers have to move fast.
So, as you can see now here, we've got the cooler pretty much all the way out. We just need to lift it out. So, of course, we take precautions. We can't have air on, all the cooling water is shut off. And that's about it. We are all set to pull it out.
Everything on board relies on the generators to operate. From the kitchen to the bridge, from the navigation and computer systems, to heating, lights, and especially refrigeration. Without power, the refrigerated containers will bake in the sun, and millions of dollars worth of food could spoil. Emma is just 5 degrees north of the equator, 500 kilometers off the south coast of Sri Lanka. And it's hot. 32 degrees on deck, and in the engine room, 40 degrees. The condenser weighs more than 400 kilograms. In the blasting heat, it feels like a ton. 6 hours go by. 6 hours of sweat and toil. But at the end of it, the generator is back online. The cold containers are safe, and the generators are still pumping power throughout the ship, especially the galley, where dinner is just about to be served.
For the appetizer, and then we'll have
Jan Moeller has been a chief steward for 25 years and knows what it takes to feed a hungry crew.
The kitchen is one of the most important on the ship. If you have a lousy cook and lousy food, then the ship is not running proper.
Today, Jan and his crew are preparing a special meal. It's Saturday, the symbolic end of the work week, even though there's no such thing as a day off at sea. Working on a ship is a real full-time job. 8 weeks on, 8 weeks off.
It's a part of the social welfare aboard the ship to make something win like this. People are looking forward to it, that's for sure.
Creature comforts like good food and a soft bed aren't just perks. They're absolute necessities. Special meals and drinks like non-alcoholic beer help distract the crew from the stress and monotony of life at sea. After dinner, off-duty crew head upstairs into the superstructure to relax in one of the ship's recreation areas or in their quarters. Like everywhere, there's a hierarchy on the high seas. The captain and chief engineer get the penthouse suites. Then, it's the senior officers, junior officers, engineers, seamen, and cadets. In all, there's room for 30. There are also 2 TV rooms, an internet cafe, a full gymnasium, and of course, the laundry room. For a sailor, life on board Emma isn't bad. But they are at sea. And sometimes things go wrong. A fire alarm at sea is a chilling sound. Emma may be a tough ship to sink, but a fire could bring unthinkable disaster. But this time it's only a drill. The crew musters in the control center.
We have a reported fire in...
Nobody has ever fought a fire on a ship Emma's size, so training for one is extremely important. In this drill, the fire is located in a dangerous cargo container at the bow. Poisonous fumes could spread throughout the entire ship. Every fire is different when the cargo is dangerous. Until they know how to fight this one, an advanced team is organized to cool the container and control the fire.
I need you to prepare a set of hoses from here and start cooling as soon as you can up here. And you have a radio? Yes, I have, yeah. Very good.
Up on the bridge, the first officer changes Emma's course, so the wind will direct smoke and fumes away from the ship.
It's also your course to port, so the wind will blow to the port side.
Roger that. We'll alter the course so the wind will blow from the starboard to the port.
Down below, the fire has been identified. It's a toxic chemical fire. To fight it, a smoke team throws on the gear that will protect them from the fire and the poisonous fumes.
John, how are we doing with the hoses?
While the advanced team moves forward.
I have 6 guys dispatched for the bay number 6 to prepare 3 hoses all in all. 2 for cooling and 1 for the container firefighting equipment.
With no time to lose, Niels rushes forward to observe the fire drill.
You drill the hole, we will put on the hose, we'll have a loose hose without pressure. John, where's the hose without pressure?
When the smoke team gets to the fire, the advanced team is already hosing the container down with seawater. The smoke team approaches cautiously. They don't know what to expect. They've been well trained to stay low, to keep below the smoke and toxic fumes. A steel plate stands in for the side of the burning container. They drill a hole in it with a high-speed drill and insert a high-pressure water hose called a spike. In seconds, it's over. The spike does its job, spraying the entire inside of the box. The fire is out, but they continue to cool things down just in case. The crew is hot, exhausted. But if there's ever a real fire, this training could save their lives.
I want to compliment you guys. You did a really nice and serious effort, and if we have that kind of effort during a live situation, I would be proud to work with you. Yeah.
Today was just practice. Tomorrow, Chief Officer Larsen will put on another oxygen mask and descend into a void full of poison gas. Only this time, it won't be a drill. Six days into her voyage from Asia to Europe, Emma Maersk is deep in the Indian Ocean. Sea conditions are perfect, which allows some of Emma's crew to embark on a dangerous operation deep in the bowels of the ship. The bilge tanks, full of gases that could kill in seconds, have to be inspected for cracks. Located at the bottom of the ship, bilge tanks are used to store liquid waste, rainwater, oil, diesel, detergents, and chemicals. There's no such thing as a clean bilge, and they need to be checked constantly for leaks. And because Emma is so new, her tanks are unique. They're poisonous.
The new paint, the fresh paint, gives carbon monoxide when it dries up. But in that time, we will have a lot of fumes building, and they will tend to fall down to the bottom. So
it's tough breathing, and you got the carbon monoxide, and eventually you would pass out, and you wouldn't know it really. So we take care of ourselves.
Today, Niels and Michael will descend into a forbidding hole that leads to the bilge tank known as the Void. They can't go down without oxygen tanks. They need them to survive in the dark, hot labyrinth of steel bulkheads and noxious gases. It's a hazardous assignment, so only Niels will climb down all the way. Michael stays one level above and waits, just in case.
Starboard side 1 meter, and the heel from up station is coming for steering.
Michael will be having the radio, and I will bring one with me down the void. And he will have contact with the bridge. I will let him know how many levels I go down, so he knows where to find me if something goes wrong.
Starboard side 1 meter, and the heel from up station is coming for steering. Green light 12, 4 roger up.
It's a suffocating 40 degrees down there. The heat and the heavy oxygen tanks make it impossible to stay down for long. When they emerge, their gas meter reads off the scale. The safe maximum is 20 parts per million of carbon monoxide. The meter reads 102. Without oxygen, 2 of Emma's most important officers would have been dead in 30 seconds.
I prefer actually to do the dangerous part myself. I feel good that I take the responsibility and that my crew is safe.
I agree with Niels. You have to do it yourself in order to delegate it to others.
That's our job as officers.
Safety first is a practice that extends beyond the well-being of Emma's crew. As she travels west, still far from land, Emma is also careful not to harm the fragile ocean ecosystem. In deep ocean, far removed from the public eye, ships are notorious for dumping their bilge tanks. It's shocking and illegal. But all ships are allowed to throw some garbage overboard as long as they're more than 40 kilometers from shore. But Emma doesn't throw anything over the side. She stores all her garbage safely on board. Dumping bilge or garbage is a huge environmental problem. But the carbon emissions that ships pump into the atmosphere is an even bigger worry. In fact, commercial shipping is responsible for releasing more carbon into the air than trucks and jets combined. Except for Emma. She is the biggest ship with the biggest diesel engine in the world. But she is more fuel efficient and emits less exhaust than a vessel half her size. When they built this big ship, they built her eco-friendly. She's got a state-of-the-art waste heat recovery system that no other ship in the world has. The system recycles the massive amount of gas the engine exhausts out, mixes it with fresh air, and then sends it back into the engine to be used again. Recycling exhaust gases can save up to 10% of the engine's power. That's enough energy for 5,000 homes. In the engine control room, Michael and Cadet Anders Mortensen monitor the system.
As you can see here, we are running with a 7.3% waste heat recovery. And of course, that reduces our fuel considerably. It results in you are able to throttle down.
Okay, so it's only a better fuel economy?
Yes, you are improving on the fuel economy. You could say that we are operating the vessel very green here.
Emma's carbon footprint is made even smaller by the silicone coating on her hull. It's new, it's revolutionary, and it makes her so streamlined that she saves another 1,200 tons of fuel every year. A jumbo jet carrying the same weight as Emma would travel only half a kilometer. Using the same amount of fuel, Emma could travel 66. And this big ship holds a lot more than a jet. She's carrying 12,000 containers.
The last generation of container vessel was able to carry 7,000 containers. Their fuel consumption is a little bit lesser than ours, but not as much as we can carry almost twice the cargo.
Efficient she may be, but that won't help Emma when she hits the Suez Canal in a few days. Then she'll be at the mercy of a narrow waterway, famous for its bottlenecks. If Emma is delayed in one, the crew will be hard-pressed to get her to Spain on time. Emma Maersk has sailed across the vast Indian Ocean in just 7 days. She's reached the Gulf of Aden and is within striking distance of the Suez Canal. Next, she'll make a hard right turn into the Red Sea through the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Arabic for the Gate of Tears. It's only 20 kilometers wide, not much room in heavy traffic. Over 3 million barrels of oil pass through the strait every day. She makes it through, still on schedule. But when she turns north into the Red Sea, Emma sails into strong gale-force winds whipped up on the deserts of Egypt and Saudi Arabia.
It seems like the wind are picking up.
Yeah.
How do we do?
We're doing fine. Required speed is met. So.
Okay.
Emma has no problem fighting the wind, but technical problems can take her by surprise. A piston rod has snapped in half inside one of the engine's 14 massive cylinders.
Our excellent motorman, he observed that a nut was loose on this particular bolt here.
The piston rod drives the cylinder head up and down to produce power for the engine. If they don't fix it, there could be big problems. A damaged cylinder could force Emma to slow down. And right now, they're in heavy seas only 200 kilometers from the Suez.
We could have continued, but it would have most likely resulted in a damaged cylinder head. We decided why not replace it while we're sailing.
But it's not easy. The engineers need to shut the cylinder down and reroute its fuel, and they'll have to adjust the power loads in the other 13. The piston rod they're replacing is a 6-meter, 400-kilogram monster, and impossible to lift or manipulate by hand. But they fix it. In less than an hour, the new one's in. Number 14 is back up, and Emma never lost speed and didn't burn any extra fuel.
No stops, nothing, and everything was done safe, and that's the way to do it.
Once again, Emma has dodged a problem, and she hasn't lost any time. It's critical that Emma gets to the Suez on time. 100 ships a day pass through the canal. But it's so narrow, they can only travel in one direction at a time. They go in convoys of up to 30 ships. If Emma misses her convoy, or if it's delayed, her $500 million cargo could be late. But right on time, at 1 in the morning, the big ship arrives at the southern end of the Suez. Her convoy through the canal is due to leave at first light. Tonight, she'll rest. For the first time in almost 5,000 nautical miles, the captain orders Emma to slow down. She's been going for 9 days. They look for a parking spot for the world's biggest ship.
We are going to stay at anchor at number 27. That's this one. That's a good position. Very good position.
Emma's been given an outside berth. Now, she just has to drop her 130-ton anchor, one 200-kilogram link at a time.
Remus, please let go. Port anchor, 5 shackles on deck.
5 shackles on deck, port anchor. Bridge Remus, we have 5 shackles on deck, chain is up and down.
Okay, then you put the brake on and see whether the anchor is holding, and then we can put the bars on.
Roger.
The anchor holds, and Emma is secure for the night. All they can do now is wait for tomorrow. With the rising of the hot desert sun, the importance of the Suez Canal can finally be seen. Dozens of ships of every shape, size, and nationality are waiting to convoy north. 140 years ago, the only way to Europe was around Africa, a 12,000-kilometer-long journey that took 3 months. Now, it takes just 12 hours through the 163-kilometer-long Suez Canal. When it opened for business in 1869, it was the most strategic waterway in the world. It still is. But today, there's a problem. A vicious storm has backed up traffic southbound, and the northbound convoy can't get through. 1 hour passes, then another, and another. All the crew can do is monitor the radio and watch the harbor. It's like waiting for a pot to boil. Finally, a southbound convoy appears. The canal is clear at last, ready for Emma's northbound convoy. The sight of pilots being dropped off at each ship is the signal she's been waiting for. Time to weigh anchor. Almost 5 hours late. But at a controlled speed of just 9 kilometers an hour, the Suez still can't be rushed. Nineteenth-century canal builders never imagined a ship as big as Emma. Her 56-meter beam is a tight squeeze. The convoy of ships stretches almost 5 kilometers. Emma, the largest and longest, takes up the rear position. 4 hours in, the convoy passes through man-made Great Bitter Lake. The lake is an important part of the canal's design, an anchorage for convoys waiting for another to pass. By sunset, Emma is still only 3/4 of the way through the canal. The desert evening is beautiful. But to Captain Sonicson, it's just another reminder that he's now behind schedule. There are clients in Spain relying on him, livelihoods that depend on the goods he's delivering. He has to find a way to get there on time. Emma Maersk has finally reached the open waters of the Mediterranean Sea. But her passage through the Suez Canal was fraught with delays. Now there's a hiccup in her schedule. The holdup in Suez put Emma behind for the first time on her journey. Algeciras, Spain is still about 3,500 kilometers to the west. The big ship will have to burn more fuel in order to speed up and get there on time. Captain Sonicson has to figure out just how much faster Emma needs to go. He analyzes everything from ocean currents to headwinds to calculate a new speed.
Good morning, this is Captain. Please adjust to 9.5 RPM. 9.5
RPM. That's an increase of 11 RPM. She'll burn more fuel, but Emma is back on track. 3 days later, a landmark, the Great Rock of Gibraltar, gateway to the Western Mediterranean.
We are just on track and on schedule, yes. I will reduce to 60 RPM.
Algeciras is one of the busiest ports in Europe and one of the toughest to navigate. Its fierce currents and swirling winds are a treacherous soup. They're cooked up where the sea funnels through the tight Strait of Gibraltar. Where the Mediterranean meets the Atlantic, it's only 13 kilometers wide. A half-sunken bulk carrier is a grim reminder of how perilous these waters can be.
I'll make it a half ahead now.
Half ahead.
There's a really strong current around these waters that you have to be careful when you approach the Gibraltar. Reduce to slow ahead.
Slow ahead.
Okay, helmsman, please take over the wheel now for heading 325. 325. Thank you.
Traffic picks up. A bulk carrier is trying to leave the harbor, and she's about to become a real problem for Emma.
Yeah, motor vessel Cadmus, this is Emma Maersk on your port bow. We would like to pass ahead of you. I see you are speeding up. So.
Turn off monitoring my course to starboard now.
Starboard?
Emma is too big. She can't change course quickly enough. The other ship has to give way or risk a collision.
We won't have time to pass. We don't have space to pass astern of you, so the only possibility is to pass ahead of you.
Make it half ahead.
Only moments to spare, and the bulk carrier changes course.
Okay, midship.
Thank you very much for the vessel Cadmus.
Steady on 318.
It could have been ugly. Instead, good manners and good seamanship resolved a tight fit. But the clock is ticking. It just took Emma more than an hour to travel 1 kilometer. As Emma maneuvers slowly, a pilot comes on board. He'll help guide the ship into her berth, while the tugboats make sure Emma meets her docking schedule.
The speed is 2.8.
That is slow ahead?
That's slow ahead.
Emma makes her final turn. The captain and pilot move to the starboard bridge wing to oversee her final approach. Emma uses all her port thrusters, and she's pushed hard by tugs fore and aft. Meter by meter, she edges closer to the dock.
Captain, are we in position?
3/4.
Negative, we still have to move a few meters ahead.
About 50, Captain.
2 meters ahead.
15.
Copy up.
Okay, we are alongside and we are in position.
Finally, Emma's spring lines are ready to be discharged.
Okay, stop engine, okay. All right, gentlemen, we are in position and we are alongside. So as soon as you have the spring lines, please tighten them up.
Pushing a little.
Nice job, pilot.
Okay, thank you.
Emma touches the dock dead on schedule. It's been 14 days and 13,000 kilometers since she left Malaysia. The giant gantry cranes waste no time. They've got to unload 2,000 of Emma's 12,000 containers. She's due to leave port in 14 hours. The ship's crew takes a short break, while the crane crews do their job. Then it's back to work. Chief Officer Larsen wants to squeeze in a lifeboat drill. Chief Engineer Sort has another cylinder to repair. And Chief Steward Muller is cooking up another special dinner before Emma leaves tonight.
And as you can see, very juicy.
But all Captain Sonicson can do is wait. Neither he nor his great ship, Emma Maersk, belong in port. They have a schedule to keep.
Without a schedule, we would not have a vessel. And without customers, we would not have a vessel.
This year alone, they will travel 315,000 kilometers. That's like circling the globe 7.5 times. For Emma, the journey has no beginning and no end. She was built with a single purpose: to deliver the world's commerce on time, on budget, and never stop. There is no bigger car carrier in the world than Faust. None more high-tech.
We have twice of everything. It's a double. I actually have 4 autopilots.
A winter crossing to America with thousands of European luxury cars will put Faust and her crew to the test.
You don't want shifting cargo, that's a serious problem, yeah.
In spite of storms,
She starts to roll a lot.
the threat of fire, and stowaways,
There's so many possibilities to hide in the ship.
nothing must put a dent in her schedule or her prized cargo. She comes out of the haze like a colossal apparition towering above the waterline. Faust, a gigantic floating car lot. Big ticket vehicles only, please. Her job is to pick up and deliver the world's most expensive automobiles. She's arriving in Southampton, England from Germany, hauling the creme de la creme of cars around the globe. She's a supersized 230 meters long and can hold up to 8,000 cars. That makes her the biggest vehicle carrier on the planet.
Ideally, we want to start on the upper decks. About 300-400 units to go up here.
As much as a quarter of the 64 million vehicles manufactured each year are exported by ship. It will be an intense stop. Faust has to load 1,000 luxury cars bound for North America. And she's only got 8 hours to do it. She'll take sports cars, heavy equipment, Jaguars, Rolls-Royces, $65 million worth, all with perfect paint jobs. New owners expect a scratch-free delivery in just 9 days, but they're in Newark, New Jersey, the other side of the turbulent North Atlantic. And its gale force winds could turn the ship's hold into one enormous heaving parking lot. Safe passage for this Swedish vessel and crew of 22 is in the hands of Captain Henry Bromé. He's a master seaman who worked his way up through the ranks.
I started as a deck boy, and I have been an ordinary seaman, able seaman. I've been a third officer, second officer, chief officer, and then ended as a captain.
He'll need all that experience. Bigger than most ships, Faust has size on her side, but ahead of her is the North Atlantic, and it's winter. Captain Bromé must plan well because his cargo cannot sustain any kind of beating.
Go the right way then. Move out of the way, people. You're all on my ship, are you?
This freight is so fragile, it takes highly skilled stevedores to load. They've got to be as specialized as a pit crew and as fast. For Faust to cast off on schedule at midnight, the stevedores have to finish by 10, and it's already 2 p.m.
When we start the load, which will be starting the car straight away, 850 various new vehicles.
They only have 8 hours to load, or they'll jeopardize their scheduled delivery.
And that's pretty much it. If we can load up the buses and start the vessel, please.
The 31 drivers can't just park their rides all over the ship. Everything must be packed as tightly as sardines and as carefully as bone china. It's meticulously planned, and Stefan Brismay is the chess master.
That's loaded, so you don't have to worry about that.
I think I've got enough staff for the 2 points.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking, and the top guns get to work. They've got an accident-free record and the right stuff to load every vehicle with no scrapes, bumps, or panic.
Obviously, the driving skills have to be good. We do assess them. They get tested by our in-house tester, and if they're not up to scratch, we don't use them.
Each vehicle must stop for the electronic gun that reads its barcode. Everything must be tracked on and off the ship. They're in a race with the ebbing tide, and Faust's efficient design helps.
Now we're standing on deck number 5, and above us we have deck number 6 and 7, which can be hoisted up to different levels.
Vehicles can fill every inch of Faust's colossal hold, as big as 11 football fields. It's time to tighten the seatbelts. The violent North Atlantic can toss these cars around like toys, so they're tightly braced, just centimeters apart.
This allows where the ship's rocking, even though they rock in unison, there won't be any contact.
Every vehicle is equally spaced. So even though we've got different sized vehicles, the actual distance between each vehicle is the same every time.
There is one exception.
The Rolls-Royces, they require a 1 metre clearance all round the car.
Cars worth $500,000 each get first-class accommodation.
The lashings is 3 on the front and 3 on the rear. On all other vehicles when they're stowed, it's just 4 lashings, 2 on the front, 2 on the rear.
Cars that come loose could get banged up. With all that weight aboard, big cargo shifts can make a ship unstable. Faust has to stay balanced.
So this is the ballast control room, or ship's office we call it also.
Urban Anderson is Faust's chief officer and second in command.
This type of ship, a ro-ro carrier, we need ballast all the time in the ship to keep it upright, because it's a big volume of cargo.
Faust's ballast system consists of 20 interconnected water tanks. When the ship lists to one side because of shifting weight, ballast water is pumped to the opposite side as counterweight to maintain equilibrium. As the vehicles roll in, the evening rolls on. Drivers race to get the job done. But there's a delay on Faust's runway. It's backed up with heavy tractors and crates holding 90-ton generators. And if that weren't enough, the tide is rushing out. In 2 hours, Faust has to close her ramp or miss it. She's nowhere near fully loaded.
I mean, I have 104 tractors, but I would need some 40, 50 tractors more.
Most of the stevedores will soon go off shift, and they need every single one to get this ship loaded on time.
You need to talk to the captain, because I need more time for operation.
Stefan Brismay talks to the shipping line's business agent.
Because I don't know how much labor I will have after 10 o'clock.
Captain Brome has 2 choices. Take longer to load with fewer stevedores and risk missing the tide, or cast off with cars left in port. His decision could threaten business for the 9-month-old ship, still building her reputation.
What's going to happen now is that the agent is going to come on board at 8:45, and then he and I is going up to the captain to discuss the departure time. I've been talking to the stevedores.
Yeah.
Completion 23:30.
We need at least 1 hour for the search of the vessel also before we leave. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So 1:30?
Yeah, should be okay.
Right.
Decision made. There will be no car left behind. Captain Brome takes a chance with the ebbing tide, and loading continues. The captain has to make up for lost time. Even before Faust's ramp goes up, he orders a start to the final security check. They're looking for stowaways. Early this year, 4 stowaways got to Canada by hiding in a double-decker bus on a ship out of Liverpool.
Search deck number 5. You start from the aft and go forward. Jonathan, you search deck 1 to 4.
Thousands of car trunks, thousands of places to hide. And there's no way they can search every car on the ship.
I have experienced stowaways on other ships. Same company, we went down with used cars to Nigeria, Lagos, and of course we ended up with 13 stowaways. 7 of them we found before departure, but 6 of them have climbed so deep inside the ventilation ducts.
They've searched as many cars as time allowed before boarding, but it may not be enough. Now the crew scours the ship's hold for intruders. Stowaways are usually people looking for a better life elsewhere, and North America is the holy grail. But it's a serious crime, and the crew has a responsibility to prevent it. Suspiciously, one of Faust's latches has a broken lock, and it's right near the head of an air shaft.
There are so many possibilities to hide in a ship, but we try to go through all spaces, machinery spaces, cargo spaces, look a little bit under cars and so on, but especially inside ventilation ducts.
There's nobody in the air shaft, this time. But there are lots of other hiding places. The crew will keep their eyes open for the entire journey. But for now, they've got a ship to sail, and the tide is dangerously low. Getting free of Southampton's most shallow pier won't be easy. With over 30,000 metric tons of cargo weighing her down, Faust is sitting less than 1.5 meters off the bottom. Any contact, and vehicles could shift, unleashing a disaster. One wrong move from the bridge, and Faust could be grounded. Faust is already 2 hours late leaving Southampton Harbor. The tide is going out, and the ship must leave with it. Packed with vehicles, she's less than 1.5 meters from the bottom. If the water drops any lower, she'll be stuck in port. But Captain Brome gets some help.
Feats, yes, Faust.
From the harbor pilot.
Could I have another Tyco reading, please?
It's the pilot's job to guide Faust through the shallow port and out to the open sea.
I've done something like 4,000 runs through the district, so a lot of it's up there.
But with her hold fully loaded, Faust has to break free of her shallow mooring.
Okay, shall we let go?
Let go of everything, sir, thank you.
The pilot orders cast off. They throw all the power they have at it. It's now or never. Faust's bow thrusters work overtime trying to drive her nose away from the pier. A tug digs in, straining to haul her into the harbor.
Yeah, sorry, can you lift off easy, please?
Yeah, roger, sorry, off easy.
You can let me know when the bow thrust is clear, sir.
Yeah.
Faust isn't budging.
She's a heavy lady tonight.
Yeah, she is.
The tug will have to work harder.
We could just give her a little kick astern just to help the bow thrust, if you like, sir.
Still nothing. Then, after 12 tense minutes, Faust begins to shift.
And sorry, you can drop round astern now, thank you very much.
Yeah, roger, sorry.
Faust slips the bonds of the pier and moves into the channel.
Yeah, sorry, she's turning nicely there, thank you. If you want to drop astern, we'll let you go.
Yeah, roger, sorry, let go.
Okay, so midships, please. Midships, yeah.
All stations. This is Solent Coast Guard.
Can you steady up on 220, please?
220.
220, yeah.
Faust reaches open water an hour and a half after casting off. The pilot's work is done.
See you, gents. Thank you.
Finally, the transatlantic crossing is underway. 4 hours till sunup. It's 11 a.m. on day 1 out of Southampton. Captain Brome has been up for several hours. To help him plan his voyage, he uses a unique computer software program. It integrates daily weather and sea conditions with Faust's current position and speed.
This system is only made for this ship. All the dynamics for the ship is put in the program.
But the program goes one step further. It tells Captain Brome how Faust will behave in a storm.
So if you have planned your trip and you see that you're going to have bad weather, you can go in and check how much is my ship going to roll, how it's going to affect my cargo. So it's a very valuable tool for us.
And for every other tool and major system on board Faust, there are backups, in case one of them fails.
We have twice of everything. It's a double. I actually have 4 autopilots. We have 2 autopilots here, and 1 autopilot on each bridge wing.
Faust's advanced technology make her virtually self-guiding.
But we cannot rely on them anyway, because we have to rely on our own senses in the first place. So this is just an aid for us, all the computers and all the equipment. We are controlling them, they are not controlling us.
Captain Brome will have to use all these weapons to deal with what's ahead. A major storm lies directly between Faust and her destination. All ships try to follow the shortest routes from Europe to North America. But there's a violent weather system forming along the eastern seaboard, right where Faust needs to sail.
A low-pressure system means a lot of wind and sea, high waves. And this one is going to deepen very quickly.
The North Atlantic is notoriously treacherous. It has sunk ships far bigger than Faust. Ove Åkesson is a marine weather specialist from the Swedish Meteorological Institute.
I have been invited by Captain Brome to follow the work on board this ship on this crossing, to see how our weather information that we provide them with is being used.
Yes, over. The latest forecast just arrived now.
So we will have some adverse wind and sea here for...
It will increase for the next days here.
Yes.
Faust may have to fight winds up to 100 kilometers per hour. That's almost hurricane force. And waves up to 3 stories high. Captain Brome will try to skirt the edge of the tempest by sailing south of his original route.
No, you don't like to be too close to it because you can get 8 to 10 meters sea there.
But eventually, Faust will have to turn north to reach New Jersey, and she'll sail head-on into the eye of the storm. Her big box shape is great for holding lots of cars, but those broad sides can also catch strong winds that could dump the ship.
It's if it's coming in like this in the aft of the ship. And then she lifts up the stern where she have most stability, where she's widest. And then she starts to roll a lot.
A perfect storm of waves could be just ahead. Down below, they have to be ready. The crew checks the lashings on every vehicle. If they come loose when the ship rolls, it's fender benders at best. At worst, the sudden shift of weight could sink Faust.
Lashing could be found in bad angles. We correct these angles and so on, but the following days we know that all the lashings are there, so we just use these inspection lanes and look to starboard and port.
The cars are safe and secure. And Captain Brome makes sure his crew will be safe as well. So he orders an abandoned ship drill. The storm could rupture Faust's hull or flood her hold. She could go down in a matter of minutes.
Anders på väg ner.
Crew must reach the top deck fast or be trapped inside. It takes 5 minutes to deploy her conventional life rafts. If she sinks any faster, Faust has a free-fall lifeboat. It can get the entire crew off the ship in about 2 minutes. It's dropped, shot head first off the stern, more than 30 meters into the sea.
This is the main release. I will pump here until the free fall just fall in the water.
It's a violent and potentially dangerous plunge. As shown in this simulation. But it's worth the risk because it can save lives. And the crew may need that escape because the danger is closing in.
This is the low pressure developing, and it seems to have developed more rapid than we expected. So this wind's not to be found in any map. So
an average of 2 ships are lost or damaged every week due to severe weather. And with 10-meter waves and 55-knot winds ahead, Faust could be one of them. Three days out of Southampton, and it's been smooth sailing for Faust. But it's not going to last. The massive storm off the US coast has moved east. It's come sooner than expected, and it's bearing down on Faust.
Up here over, it's a lot of wind. It's steepening very much.
It's a storm low, actually. Yes.
Very. So it's a real storm center. It's about 60, 70 knots. And high sea, 7-8 meters of sea here.
The crew is warned to stay off the decks. At 1 in the morning, the storm hits. 55-knot winds are 100 kilometers an hour.
This was a bit unexpected, I must say. It is probably a cold front that has passed us, but the wind was much stronger than I had thought it would be behind it.
In the past 2 decades, more than 200 ships, all as big as Faust, have sunk in weather like this. Most have been caused by freakish rogue waves. Faust will need to use all her tools to weather this storm. Most critical, the engine that has to hurtle her forward through the rough seas. Her single prop is powered from an engine room 3 stories high. 7 huge cylinders churn out 21,500 horsepower, the strength of 7 locomotives, turning Faust's giant propeller up to 105 times per minute. There are thousands of working parts in this engine, and perfect upkeep is more important than ever as Faust sails into the storm. If the engine fails, the big ship will be left rolling helplessly at the mercy of the gale. Upstairs, Third Officer Maria Moberg can see that the engine is struggling against the headwind and losing speed.
Right now, we are almost 24 hours delayed because of this wave has made the speed drop.
Faust has a berth reserved in a busy port. A delayed arrival could cost tens of thousands of dollars.
We're only doing 30 knots. We should be doing 17, 18.
Moberg is just 6 months out of naval school, on her first commission, and in her first severe storm.
If we get the swell in from behind, then she will start rolling quite a lot.
Captain Bromé wants to assess the situation for himself. His feel for his ship may be Faust's best defense against the attacking weather.
If you've never been down here in a storm, then you don't have the right picture of the situation when you are on the bridge. Down here you feel the ship's movement and you see the cargo moving and the tension on the lashings, and you hear the noise. You can get a better feeling how to ride the ship. So you don't let her roll too much.
So far, so good. The dangerous rolling hasn't begun. The cars are still secure. But Urban Anderson doesn't trust the supersized freight.
So this piece over here is the heaviest piece we have on board. It's 90 ton. Inside here is a big generator.
If this monster breaks loose, it could crush everything around it.
It happens from time to time that cargo come loose and damage cargo around it, and you don't want shifting cargo. That's a serious problem.
The heavy cargo is secure, but the crew must remain vigilant during their cargo inspections. Thousands of vehicles jostled around with their tanks full of fuel could quickly turn Faust into a floating inferno.
Then you're using more other senses like smell, if you smell gasoline, or looking a little bit for oil on deck. Some cars, even new cars, leak oil.
Fire is anything but an imaginary risk. The car decks and the engine room are equipped with elaborate sprinklers. They eject a fire-suppressing mix of CO2, carbon dioxide.
Back here in the ship, we have a CO2 room with 2 CO2 tanks containing the CO2 for fire extinguish of the ship.
CO2 is shot out from a sprinkler nozzle and smothers any flames.
It contains altogether 52,000 kilos, so it's liquid in the tanks. When it goes out of the ship, it goes through the nozzles, and then it's gas.
For fighting fires, CO2 is as effective as it is deadly. Once released into the ship, this invisible, odorless gas could kill everyone on board. So car decks and engine rooms have airtight hatches to keep the gas in the holds and away from cabins and crew. There are hazards everywhere on board, including the galley. Inger Seely has been
You have to make the food here in here, but when it's rolling, you have to be very careful, because otherwise you can spill it over your stomach and then you burn yourself really, really bad.
Inger is treading carefully. She's already survived one injury in a storm.
I break my leg in a really bad sea, so I put in my foot around in the corner here, and there I was laying for 3 hours. And then I was on a sick leave for 2 years.
The storm pummels Faust for 5 more hours. Finally, it moves on. Faust has survived. But a sensor warns that the gale may have damaged her in the process. Faust is now 2 days away from New Jersey. The storm is in her rear-view mirror, but it gave the ship a beating and she may be hurt.
We have an alarm.
Faust is wired with thousands of electronic sensors that monitor for problems.
It was an alarm from a bilge.
The bilge tanks must be checked out immediately. One of them could be cracked. Crew is dispatched to the very bottom of the ship where the tanks hold all of Faust's wastewater. A crack lower down in the tank would allow dirty, untreated bilge water to leak out into the ocean and let seawater into the ship. The rushing water weight could cause Faust to become unbalanced, or worse, she could sink. There's no telling what they'll find down there. They have to suck out all the sludge so the bare walls can be checked for cracks. They don't find any. The alarm may have been triggered by the higher than usual water levels in the bilge, leftovers from the storm. Faust is safe. So is the ocean around her. The contaminated bilge water will not be dumped into the fragile sea. Unlike most ships, Faust stores hers on board until she reaches port.
All sludge we have on board will be pumped ashore via a barge and be recycled ashore. So we never put anything dangerous into the sea or any liquid that is oily into the water around us.
Faust is a big green poster child for eco-friendly ships. Even that green paint is unleaded and safe for the environment.
The environmental things are very important to the owners because it's not because they're forced by the law or anything, it's because they care about things like this.
Faust's eco-beauty is more than just skin deep. It goes all the way to her core, her engine. She only uses biodegradable lubricants and burns one of the cleanest fuels in the industry. She emits almost a third less sulfur than any commercial ship her size.
So we try to keep the exhaust as clean as possible.
She's even eco-friendly in her ballast. Ballast tanks draw in and release seawater as a counterbalance when there's a weight shift. The world's oceans are contaminated with man-made pollutants and harmful microorganisms. Mixing foreign bodies of water together when discharging ballast can destroy marine habitats. So Faust's ballast water is treated before it's sent back into the sea. Heavy particles are first removed with filters. Then the water is mixed with a non-toxic light-activated solution. It kills bacteria. Faust is a modern technological marvel, but every sailor must still rely on ancient maritime traditions.
I mean, sometimes you have really, really big waves, and small boats can sometimes disappear in between them. So it's always good that you have ice watching as well.
And the swell?
I would say about 3 meters.
Jonathan Jansen has 2 years of classroom experience, but there's no substitute for a 360-degree view of the ocean.
I'm learning pretty much everything. It's navigation, maintaining course, altering course, keeping the sea regulations. It's one thing to learn it in school, and it's one thing to be out here and actually do it.
Even Faust's veteran crew must continually hone their skills to stay in peak shape. And that means full-fledged fire drills. They're mandatory, and everyone plays a crucial role. From the bridge, where they use sensors to pinpoint the fire's location, to Urban Anderson on his walkie-talkie below as he relays that information. To the fire crew itself. Artificial smoke gives the crew a claustrophobic taste of the real thing. They have to charge into it and find the victim inside. A crew member plays the casualty.
And finally, we find this man missing in the floor in the air-conditioned room. We try to do it so much realistic as possible. We practice minimum every 4 weeks. If we change more than 25% of the crew, we have to do it within 24 hours. We do a fire drill.
With the drill over, there's no time for a long break. Trouble's on the horizon and coming fast.
We will have wind around 45 to 50 knots and sea around 5 and 5.5 meters. We must cross it, otherwise we have to go very far south.
Night is falling. Another storm is on its way, and they're about to hit it head on. It's day 8. To avoid the storm, Faust has had to alter her course, and she's now too far south. To get to Newark, New Jersey on time, she's got to turn 32 degrees north by northwest and right into another gale.
The pressure is building here outside Cape Hatteras, and it's moving north, and it's just ahead of us here. And we will have about 5 meters sea and 40 knots of wind.
It's no hurricane, but it can spawn the same threat that Faust had to respect in the last storm: rogue waves. They come out of nowhere in weather just like this. Walls of water up to 30 meters high. They have sunk ships in minutes, leaving not a trace behind. Faust's crew isn't allowed outside, but they go below to check on the cars in the hold again. It's the second storm in 8 days. They're weary, but they can't let down their guard. And then the gale gives them an unexpected boost.
Actually, we're making a little bit more speed. It's pushing us a little bit on the stern, so we actually increase the speed a little bit.
Now the wind is their friend, pushing them toward New Jersey.
I think if we go over 3-4 hours, it will start to drop. The wind speed will start to drop, I think. That's my guess.
By early morning, the storm passes and the sun breaks through. Newark is only a day away, but for most of these 22 Swedish mariners, home is still 6 weeks away. They work 10 weeks on, 10 weeks off. It's a long haul. John Redgfeldt makes the best of watching his kids grow up on a computer screen.
That's my baby, my newborn. Yeah, it's really great. I can see my kids and how they're growing, you know. Because a lot happens, small babies, a lot happens in 3 months. She says I have very short hair, you know, because usually when I'm home I don't shave it this short.
Urban Anderson is also a family man.
They will not forget me. I mean, I make phone calls almost every day and so on. So, and 10 weeks for kids, that goes very quickly. Yeah, so.
It's easier for younger sailors like Maria Moberg.
Well, we are pretty many young people here on board, so that's good. I checked the crew list the other day, and we were 8 people born in the 80s. On my last ship, most people were over 60 years old.
Faust is as comfortable as a working ship can be. She's got spacious cabins, great food, lounge areas, and other than meatballs, what Swedish ship would be complete without a sauna? It's a great place to recover from a stormy crossing. But this crossing is almost done. Faust is about to hit the congested inner bay of New Jersey. Time to make sure the rough sailing hasn't knocked her systems out of whack. Before Faust comes near shore, port regulations require that the crew test the ship's ability to come to a complete stop. In a busy harbor, a runaway ship spells disaster.
So be able to do the stop maneuver, and I have to reduce the speed now slowly. Remember handstyrning. Jag tar handstyrning. So I bring her down, RPM by RPM, slowly, because if I do it too fast, it's not good for the engine.
Anders Andian has cut the engine, but it's going to take more than that to stop a ship this big. Faust's steering rudder does that job. It can turn her sharply sideways to bring her to a complete halt.
So if we have an emergency, then we have to stop the ship. It's much more efficient to give hard to port or hard to starboard, and the ship will go sideways very rapidly, and the hull will stop the ship.
Faust's unique rudder can flex a remarkable 65 degrees, twice that of conventional rudders, because of an added flap mechanism. It makes for a very sharp turn.
But with this rudder, you have a much more power in, so you can help it to turn.
As an added precaution, Captain Brumme also tests the rudder's manual steering mechanism from down in the engine room.
Yeah, okay.
Faust engineers turn her hard to starboard.
If you look at the stern, I'm going to give a full rudder. You can see the power of our rudder.
With the flap rudder fully deployed, Faust comes to a full stop in less than a minute. She passes the test.
Everything working in good order, no problem at all. Steering and engine is working very good.
Yes, we have a big stamp here, so I will put it in the logbook.
Faust is ready to venture safely into the channel.
Full ahead.
Full ahead, ja.
På väg till 294.
There will be other ships jockeying for position in the harbor. Captain Brome can only hope that they've all passed their safety tests as well. For 9 days, Faust has played pinball with storms, bouncing from one to another as she ducked and dodged her way to New Jersey. The squalls are behind her, and she's on time. But there's a new challenge ahead for Captain Brome: crowded Newark Bay. Only a month ago, it had to be closed when two ships collided. It's open again, but before Faust can enter the narrow channel to reach the pier, she must first get through the outer bay.
Calling the
Pilot boat is on our way now.
It will take 2 pilots to bring her in, one for the bay and one for the inner harbor.
Pilot time, 9:30.
Navigating here is like air traffic control. Good communication with the harbor master is crucial.
Good morning.
Sea pilot William Wood is first at the helm.
Everything is working good, Ken?
Yes, everything in good working conditions.
Very good. Inbound, approach Ambrose Sea Buoy. Deep draft is 30 feet. Length of roll is 747 feet. And we're bound up for 17 port water.
The traffic has started. Dead ahead, a ship crawls toward port. She's like the slow driver in the fast lane.
We can go flying up and try to overtake them.
Traffic.
His speed, he's right now, he's almost 3 miles ahead of us.
The further in they go, the more the channel narrows.
So, T, are you delayed, Captain? You want?
What speed is he doing up there?
10.8.
To the bridge is about...
It's going to be over an hour.
They decide to trail the ship. She's already too far ahead.
We're not going to make it. All right, let's go ahead and stop the engine. Stop engine.
Even with her propellers stopped, Faust's momentum will carry her forward for several kilometers.
We're going to stay behind this ship up here.
They slip under the Verrazano Narrows Bridge and throttle up Faust's engine once again.
Dead slow.
Now a second pilot, Tim Nielsen, guides Faust down the winding trench through the inner harbor.
The Faust. We're westbound on standard tank bound for Port 17, Port Newark.
Faust is nearly in the home stretch. She makes a sharp 90-degree turn and enters a narrow channel, and is immediately confronted with another ship, smack dab in her path.
Slow ahead, please. Slow ahead.
There's no way Faust can get around the tanker.
Stop engine.
Stop engine.
Stop engine.
They hit the brakes a second time and wait while tugs push the tanker aside. Tim Nielsen eyeballs his way through the harbor, using his instincts more than instruments.
Head chip. Head chip.
But they're not in the clear yet. Up ahead, the Bayonne. It's the 3rd longest steel arch bridge in the world, and it's only 46 meters high. Faust has to aim dead center to clear it, with less than 3 meters to spare.
Starboard 10. Starboard 10.
She's through. It's 1 p.m. and right on schedule, the pier is in sight. Time to see how the prize cars fared on their bumpy journey.
Probably once a few meters in.
After 5,800 kilometers at sea, 120 Jaguars and 210 Land Rovers roll onto the shore without a single scratch. Thousands more remain in her hold. Faust has 3 more drop-offs to make on the eastern seaboard. Then it's on to the Panama Canal, the Pacific, and finally to Asia to reload. It's high pressure, hitting so many ports so quickly. But this crew is equal to the task.
I trust my people, I know they can their work, so I can relax and trust on them. It's a very nice way of working.
Faust is less than a year old, her journey just beginning. With her sister ships, she will transport over 2.25 million vehicles every year. But as the star of the fleet, Faust will work the hardest. Every year, she'll carry as many as 50,000 vehicles and travel 5 times around the globe. It's a never-ending, daunting responsibility. But like the cargo she transports, Faust was built to move. Cracking and smashing through frozen seas. The Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker, Henry Larsen. She rescues trapped vessels, even at the risk of collision.
Do not come closer than half a mile. Do not come closer than half a mile.
She keeps remote islands linked to the world, and she saves lives. There is no mission more challenging than Henry Larsen's. The frigid North Atlantic off the northeast coast of Newfoundland. This is the domain of the Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker, Henry Larsen. A fighter. She can punch through ice that is 3 meters thick. Ships caught in the frozen sea depend on her for rescue, for survival. She patrols a rugged coast, bringing commercial ships and fishing boats through ice that can trap and crush them without her help. Today, she docks in Botwood, a small outport of 3,300 people. And then she'll head back out under the command of Captain John Van Thiel, a veteran mariner. He has more than 22 years' experience in these ice-laden waters.
And miss a lot of the heavy impact which we haven't got on this chart. This is where the ice is right here when we came up the other day.
Larsen needs enough provisions to make her self-sufficient at sea for at least a month.
Well, you need everything, from pins to engine room stuff, right?
Everything from food and medical supplies to spare parts.
Now, as you can see, we carry everything from that.
Chief Logistics Officer Pat Boland makes sure they have all they need.
Most of our fresh fish, each Vidmar cabinet, all these Vidmars, are all fully stocked with spare parts. It's like a hardware store in a way.
Once she is loaded, the engines are fired up on the 8,000-ton, 100-meter ship. And a crane brings the last of the crew members aboard. It takes real power to get clear of the icebound dock. The 450-kilowatt thrusters blow nearly 7,000 liters of air per minute out openings in the ship's bow. Larsen powers through the ice on her way to Fogo Island. She can achieve a top speed of 16 knots. The icebreaker has a regular mission to keep the vital Fogo Island ferry moving. It's more than 100 kilometers away, and they have to get there for her next run. Larsen's bow is slanted. It allows the ship to ride up over the ice sheet. She then uses her weight to bear down on the ice, crushing it like a hammer. Second Officer Natasha Field charts the course to Fogo. The island is harsh, remote, and beautiful. People have carved out a life here for centuries. They have one vital link with the rest of the world, MV Beaumont Hamel, the Fogo Island Ferry. Captain Charlie Janes is the longest-serving Newfoundland ferry captain currently at sea.
Oh yes, I've been 25 years out on what we call a ferry, but I've been going to sea for 40 years now, different type boats. Yeah, I'd be retired today if I didn't like it.
Everything goes by ferry to the island. People, vehicles, manufactured goods and supplies. All the things islanders depend on. Beaumont Hamel does 5 trips a day. However, she can't do it without Larsen to clear a way through the ice.
He's loading now, so I'll just get myself settled in this area and just wait for him to come up, and once he starts moving, we're going to start moving slowly ahead and let him settle in behind me.
On a morning like this, Larsen is in her element. Even though the crisp northern night has frozen the channel solid, the icebreaker will keep the ferry on schedule. To help the icebreaker along, the mechanism that blows air into her thrusters now diverts it to her bubblers.
The bubbler in ice is designed to blow a curtain of air up around the sides of the ship, so it lessens the friction between the ship and the ice.
There are 66 nozzles in the Larsen's bow and sides, just below the waterline. The air creates a cushion between the hull and the ice. With its help, she can travel 10% faster. The ferry docks at the Change Islands, halfway through her trip. From this point on, she's on her own. All the ferry docks are in water too shallow for the icebreaker. On board Larsen, Denis Lambert studies the latest ice tracking information. Lambert is the ship's ice observer, or ice pick. Satellite data tells him where the ice is all up the coast.
With the radar sat image there, you know where the ice is located, but it's hard to tell what ice type it is.
The ice pick will have to see the ice for himself. From Larsen's secret weapon, a twin-engine helicopter. The ice pick is worried that a pressurized ice ridge may become a barrier to commercial shipping.
So with the ice record by helicopter, at least I can see what ice type it is, how thick it is, and also I can see if it's under pressure or not.
When pressure squeezes ice together and forces it upward, it can form a ridge up to 10 meters high. Howard Power, second in command of the ship, becomes the flight deck officer. He coordinates the helicopter's mission with the bridge. Jim Marsh, the bosun, or lead deckhand, handles the highly flammable aircraft fuel.
You usually take probably a couple, 300 liters. If you come here now, you can see. See? She's pretty well topped. That's as much as she's going to take there now, right? You see it in there, right?
The flight deck officer makes sure they abide by environmental regulations.
Any kind of spill at all today can give you a fine more than I'm worth, actually. More than that helicopter's worth. So we try to be very, very careful, right?
The mechanic does final checks, and pilot Jim Myra prepares to take flight.
Captain wants us to do a 50 or 75 mile ice reconnaissance around the area just to see what the ice conditions are like.
Ships and helicopters are a high-risk mix. It takes extra skill to take off or land because the wind swirling around the icebreaker is treacherous. Myra contends with that and with the effect of taking off from a moving platform. Lambert's fears are realized. The ice ridge is formidable.
Last week we got 2 storms and it just brought all this ice and just piled it in almost a wall of ice for about maybe a kilometer wide, maybe 15 to 20 feet thick.
The reconnaissance team spots a vessel trapped in the ice. Larsen has to get to her quickly. Night is falling, and the crushing ice is moving in. A cargo ship is imprisoned in the ice off Newfoundland. Icebreaker Henry Larsen races to her rescue. Joe Gorthon, headed to Barbados, is packed to the gills with newsprint. If the ice shifts dramatically while she's trapped, things could get even worse. Powerful winds can pressure the ice till it breaks. The broken pieces grind into each other, and that leads to big trouble.
When you get northerlies or northeasterlies, that's when the ice gets pressed on the northeast coast, and that's when the problems are.
Ice can puncture and sink ships even if they have a reinforced hull. Joe Gorthon doesn't have that, so she's especially vulnerable. As Larsen rushes to free her, pilot Jim Myra must return his helicopter to the icebreaker.
Roger, straight 5-4, clear to land on arrival.
It's tougher than landing a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier.
The wind was fairly strong. We had about a 25 or 30 knot wind, and the wind coming over the superstructure creates a lot of turbulence. It was probably on the upper end of what I would land on the ship with.
Larsen is almost at the trapped ship. Her 3 massive diesel engines push hard. They don't turn the propellers directly. They drive powerful generators. 12 megawatts of power, enough to supply 7,000 homes. They deliver 16,000 horsepower to her twin propellers. It takes muscle to throw herself onto the ice. Finally, Joe Gorthon is in sight.
Midships, yeah, leave your wheel in midships.
Wheels midships.
You're hard at port now.
Hard at port.
Captain Van Thiel must execute this rescue with surgical precision. He must cut a path around the trapped vessel. That will relieve the ice pressure. To avoid collision, he must make sure the 2 ships don't get their signals crossed.
Joe Gorthon, and Larsen 10.
Tregurtha.
Yes, sir. Just before we get underway, I'm going to show you my ice-breaking siren and turn on my ice-breaking horn. Do you understand the concept that if you see the flashing red light on my aft mast, or you hear my ice-breaking horn, you must bring your ship to a complete stop?
Yes, I understood, sir. I have the instruction from the pilot for how do we make the operation over.
Roger, I will turn on the light and siren now.
Yes, I can see the light.
We have to understand each other 100%. Quite often we do have ships coming into this area where English is not their first language, so sometimes there is communication difficulties.
Larsen carefully carves the path around the cargo ship.
Okay, give her about 20 degrees starboard wheel. 20 degrees starboard wheel.
If these vessels collide, there's no other icebreaker around to help them. The path is cut. Joe Gorthon is drawn into the vacuum created in Larsen's wake.
We'll start proceeding ahead now, and you can bring your speed up to 8 knots. You can bring your speed up to 8 knots. Once we make 8 knots, we will see if we can go any further, but do not go faster than 8 knots. I will be working between half a mile and up to 4 miles ahead of you. Try and work your way through the ice. Do not come closer than half a mile. Do not come closer than half a mile.
Copy, not close than half a mile.
Instead of going right to this hard piece of ice, see those little puddles up ahead? Work your way over there.
If Joe Gorthon follows too closely, she could rear-end Larsen if the icebreaker slows up on the ice. And if Joe Gorthon falls too far behind Larsen, the ice could trap her again. They push faster toward open water, but Joe Gorthon can't keep up, and the ice moves in.
Joe Gorthon, Larsen 10.
Gorthon reply.
Roger, is your ship stopped now?
Yes, we stop again.
The bigger the ship, the more power needed to get through ice. And Joe Gorthon's engines are not up to the task. The ice has a close grip. Larsen will have to get closer and pulverize the ice with her propellers. It's touch and go. The two ships are mere meters from each other. But it works. Joe Gorthon is safely in open water. Her crew no doubt eager for their Caribbean destination.
Thank you very much, sir. This is the great.
It's getting dark, and Larsen has to get back to Fogo Island and her routine escort of the ferry. But nothing is ever routine for an icebreaker. Larsen has spent the night freeing a stuck cargo ship. By morning, she's back at her regular job, leading the Fogo Island ferry on the dawn run.
Once we make the first crossing with you, we'll probably make a second one, and that'll open up the track for you, and hopefully you'll be able to make the rest of the day's crossing on your own.
Yeah, that's right.
The ferry is okay. However, Larsen could be called away at any time. The icebreaker is part of a search and rescue network all over these waters. Distress calls in this area go through the Joint Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax. Then they call Larsen and the 103 Search and Rescue Helicopter Squadron in Gander. And that call could come soon because they've heard that up the coast, the cargo vessel Finnwood is headed for trouble.
Yeah, I guess I'll just hang tight here and see which way he goes. Yeah, same deal. Bye. I'm anticipating still getting a call from him, so we're going to be sort of standing by.
It's a perfect opportunity for Cadet Chase Burdett to get some hands-on training. Navigation through ice is extremely challenging.
Albert, can you bring her to 200, please?
Steady on 200.
200, thank you.
But the Coast Guard makes tough jobs look easy.
Just go to 254 first. Line up your course line first.
Burdett is training to be in command. He has to be fast and accurate. The chief officer keeps a watchful eye. One minor miscalculation, and Verdette could put the safety of the icebreaker and the lives of all 31 crew in jeopardy.
Albert, could you please bring her to 205, please?
Port 205. Yep, thank you.
And cadets aren't the only ones honing their skills. Ice rescues are never routine in these waters. Launching a lifeboat is even a challenge. The crew practices lowering the lifeboat gently. If they ever evacuate on ice, they can't just drop it. It would hit the frozen water like concrete and smash to bits. Enclosed lifeboats can be dangerous, even in a drill. Last year, 21 people were overcome by engine exhaust in a similar exercise.
Starboard lifeboat, Kevin, whenever you're ready. Now you can come alongside her, please.
Noxious fumes were sucked into the open back hatch of their lifeboat. But they weren't Coast Guard.
Starboard lifeboat's in place. We're securing her at this time.
The lifeboat is secured, but the drills aren't over. Quartermaster Shannon Shepard and cook Rhonda Mercer throw on their superhero identities. They're the rescue specialist team, ready to respond to a man overboard. Without a survival suit, the North Atlantic will kill within minutes. Response time is critical. The FRC, or Fast Rescue Craft, practices a rapid search of the area surrounding Larsen. If someone fell into the water, it would take only 2 minutes before the body goes into cold shock. And swimming only speeds up hypothermia. If the FRC hits ice, the collision could kill. That's why they drill, drill, and drill again. There are so many ways to get hurt on a ship, the exercises are limitless.
What, you okay?
You feel any pain anywhere?
Leg.
This one is a simulated tumble down the stairs, not unheard of in the rough northern seas. These first aid specialists stabilize the victim.
Hey, you guys ready? 2, 3. 2, 3.
Worst is behind you.
The ship has a fully equipped medical facility, but for serious trauma, they call in the cavalry, the 103 Search and Rescue Squadron.
103 Squadron, Major Nellis. Okay, you've got a mission for us?
Standby crew dock, standby crew dock.
The Cormorant can carry 12 stretchers and usually flies with a crew of 5, including the 2 search and rescue technicians. At a top speed of 280 kilometers per hour, they fly regular patrols. And on this one, they spot a ship headed for trouble. The call has already come in to Captain Van Thiel. Finnwood can't get past the ice.
He reported that he was having a few problems going through the ice on his way to Botwood, and right now the Finnwood is stopped here.
The Swedish-owned Finnwood is trying to get from St. John's to Botwood to pick up a load of pulp and paper. But she's been stopped cold, blocked by a massive ridge of pressurized ice.
Now the winds are northerly and they just press the ice against the coast and makes it much, much harder.
Strong winds and currents created the pressure ridge. and conditions are not going to get better. There's a storm on the way.
25 degrees port wheel, sir.
If Finnwood is trapped out there in a North Atlantic storm, she will be in serious danger. Henry Larsen is on a mission to rescue the trapped cargo ship Finnwood. Finnwood has been making her way slowly through ice-clogged seas north of Newfoundland.
So we're hoping to hook up with the Finnwood's track and then get ahead and start commencing our escort.
Finnwood is up against a massive barrier. A ridge of pressurized ice, 3 kilometers wide, blocking her way to Botwood.
Once you get into that loose track up ahead, you'll probably be able to follow it right up to them. Make sure you come around after the beam like that. Okay, just steady like that should be good.
Finnwood will wait in open water while Larsen attacks the ice.
Finnwood, Larsen, 10.
Yes, Finnwood replying.
Yes, sir. Just to let you know that we have to go into Botwood Harbor to break up the ice.
It's okay, by me, you can pass.
Roger, I'll be passing on your port side. Passing on your port side.
Larsen lunges at the ice ridge. She won't be able to open a path for Finnwood very easily. Larsen's ice hazard radar shows highly detailed images of the ridge.
Put a lot of snow cover, and as you can see ahead of us, there's a lot of buildup of ice piled up. A lot of ridging up ahead of us.
The radar detects weak targets in the ice. That helps Larsen cut an opening using a herringbone technique. Her bow cuts a channel down the middle. She swings to port and starboard to widen the path. Then Larsen's stern pushes the ice into open water.
And depending on the ice conditions, this could take us anywhere from a couple of hours to 12 hours. And we're hoping to make good headlong progress and try and get into the fast ice before the sun sets.
It's an enormous job. The submerged part of a pressure ridge can be up to 5 times as thick as what's above the surface. Nightfall. Captain Van Thiel is still smashing his way through ice, and he won't give up. If the storm hits before the path is cut, all his work could be undone. 13 hours later, the icebreaker has carved a channel and contacts the cargo ship.
We have made a track through the pressurized ice. You can now proceed.
But it might not be that easy. Captain Van Thiel is concerned the path won't be wide enough at a critical turn.
I'm trying to widen the track a bit so I can get the other vessel underway, and hopefully he'll be able to make it through first time.
Larsen leads Finnwood and monitors her progress on radar. She reaches the turn and makes it through. Now Finnwood can go the rest of the way on her own.
Coming in on the range now.
Suddenly, the radar picks up movement, coming in fast. 103 Search and Rescue Squadron from Gander springs a surprise drill on Larsen. It's designed to keep both crews on high alert. This time, it's a simulated night airlift from the rear deck. It's one of the most dangerous rescues this squadron does. The pilot has to hover above a moving ship. As he puts people down the hoist, he has to avoid the masts and wires that could pull his chopper out of the sky if they get tangled up. It takes tremendous skill. There's a powerful downwash from the cormorant's rotor. It's like being in a hurricane. It could blow a person off the deck. Mission accomplished. But there are urgent matters that only Larsen can handle. The storm that was forecast is almost here. Larsen must speed ahead to Fogo Island, where she's about to face her most challenging ferry escort of the year. Henry Larsen is at Fogo Island, and so is the most vicious blizzard in years. Larsen is here to escort the island's ferry to the mainland, because there's no way the ferry can cross alone.
Yeah, these conditions are really beyond his limits.
The winds are hurricane force, up to 130 kilometers an hour. They're blowing snow and moving ice that has stopped the Fogo Island ferry dead in its tracks. They have to wait out the storm. The next morning, things aren't much better, but the islanders need the ferry to cross today. Nobody has been on or off Fogo for 36 hours. It's cut off from the rest of the world. The wind drops slightly and is forecast to drop even more. It's a window of opportunity. Captain Van Thiel must risk a crossing. He orders the engine room to start Larsen up. Normally, it takes 45 minutes to bring the icebreaker to full power from a cold start. But today, they can't wait that long. Larsen's engineers have to get her humming in 15 minutes. Ice is the harshest of marine environments. Every key link in the ship's operation must be double-checked. Survival depends on the rudder, propellers, and engines being in top condition.
Hard to starboard.
While Larsen gears up for her battle with the blizzard, the Fogo Islanders board the ferry. They're embarking on one of the most difficult crossings this ferry has ever made. The ice around Beaumont Hamel is as strong as concrete. But the icebreaker's propellers are stronger. They churn the frozen surface, smashing ice like a blender.
If I go in and I use too much horsepower, what it'll do, it'll pile up the snow and almost cause a dam right in front of them, just the same as the city plow dumping a bunch of snow in front of your driveway.
Larsen's hull is now only a few meters from the rocky bottom. If the propellers hit it, the ship's propulsion system could be damaged.
I can only back so far towards the dock because the limited depth off the dock only allows my props to get so close, so I've allowed myself 3 to 4 meters of leeway.
The next 14 kilometers will be the toughest ferry run these two ships have ever tried.
With that snow, he's going to have to use a bit of extra thruster power just to get through that.
And sometimes if we haven't got an icebreaker, well, I don't know what we would do. Everything goes on the island depends on this ferry. If there's no ferry, there's nothing moving on the island.
Captain Janes and Captain Van Thiel have 60 years at sea between them. They'll need every minute of that experience today. The narrow channel that Larsen creates only stays open for a few minutes. Then the frozen water closes in and threatens to trap the ferry. The gale and the ice multiply the risk of two ships working so closely together.
Wind just takes that, this one blows her back and forth, eh?
One misstep in their dangerous dance and they'll collide. The wind is not dying down. It's blowing the ferry back as she tries to get into the Change Island channel. Larsen can only wait. The channel is too shallow for her. And then the fierce wind starts spinning the little ferry in circles.
Charlie's probably the best operator of that vessel. He's aggressive, and he'll try anything to get her going. He's there he goes. He got his stern in, now he's going to get her head into the track. He's only got about another 90 degrees to go. So if he can keep her spinning like that.
There are 200 people on Change Island. They've been cut off for 2 days. They desperately need the food and other supplies the ferry is carrying.
One more ammo, go ahead.
Yeah, I get to try to get in Change Island there. I get the food truck on board, or?
Since yesterday, 60 centimeters of snow have fallen, and that is making it difficult to get into the dock.
A lot of patience. It wears you out. As long as you got patience, you'll be good.
Finally, the food truck rolls onto the dock. With this leg of the journey over, the ferry is back in the channel behind Larsen. Captain Janes has to fight the harsh winter winds that threaten to push him off course.
He took a pretty good whack. He was over on the north side and the wind caught him.
There's ice in the ferry's path.
Our own ship is actually bouncing from side to side. We're actually disturbing the ice track, and fairly large pieces of ice are falling off the ice edge.
It's too much. The ferry is stopped dead. Larsen has to go back and rescue her.
As I back down at this slow speed, I got a 40 knot wind that, with the helicopter hangar extended, it almost acts like a mizzen sail and wants to turn the stern into the wind.
The ferry's half-hour trip to Farewell will take hours.
We've got a mixed bag this year. Wow. Not a typical winter, but then again, the old folks call it the old-fashioned winter.
Yeah. We've had a bit of trouble with us when it comes to the ferry. Been stuck on her quite a few times.
After 5 hours, they see the Farewell dock. Larsen swings off the track and uses propeller wash to clear the path. But the ferry has to ram over and over to reach the storm-battered dock. Captain Janes has some tricks up his sleeve. He spins his propellers in opposite directions to shift the ice from the ferry's path.
Usually when I'm backing up or doing it, I put 28 and one stern. That way a little bit on her keeps her coming working her way back. But anyhow, that's the way I do it.
Yeah, just under 5 hours we had the crossing from Fogo to Farewell. If I'd known in advance what the wind conditions are like, I don't think we wouldn't have made an attempt to carry out the crossing.
And they still have to get back to Fogo before dark.
Well, Larsen, go ahead.
I guess this will be the last trip for the day, over?
Yeah, roger. And the forecast for tomorrow looks quite favorable.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, should look a little lot better tomorrow.
Night falls, and the two battle-scarred ships sail into Fogo. A return journey that usually takes 90 minutes has taken 7 exhausting hours. But the icebreaker has no time to rest.
A report of 2 longliners stuck in ice about 9 miles northwest of Tullingate, and they were about a mile into the ice.
The fishing boats have thin, fragile hulls that won't withstand the grinding ice, and that ice is closing in. The only ship that can help them is Larsen. The Coast Guard icebreaker Henry Larsen just led the Fogo Island ferry on a heroic run through a blizzard. There's barely been time to breathe. Night has fallen, and Larsen is on the move again. There are 2 fishing boats trapped in the ice, and Larsen must rescue them.
We had 2 longliners beset in ice. They were about 9 miles northwest of Tullingate Long Point.
This isn't like her other rescues. Fishing boats are small. They're vulnerable. And the darkness adds to the danger. Captain Van Thiel keeps the lights off on the bridge to give him better night vision.
Okay, you can start easing her back to 285 now. Back to 285.
The ice can rip open the thin hull on either of the longliners and cause catastrophic flooding. Or it can make the boat unstable so it rolls over.
Even north of Fogo, that's still blocked off too, over?
Yep, looks like the water's just behind you, so I think the best bet, I'll bring this fellow out to the water and I'll come down and get you.
Okay, thanks for that.
Longliners use stabilizers, long poles that hang out from their sides to steady themselves in rolling seas.
I advise both longliners, if they had the stabilizer bars, to please put them up in a stowed position.
Larsen won't hit the stabilizers if they're up, but her approach could push crushing ice at the fishing boats, even from a distance. That could be as devastating as a collision.
I maneuvered the Larsen over to his starboard, used the prop wash just to move the ice around a bit, and as I moved forward, the Larsen stern left a bit of a water pocket, so the sea surfer could maneuver in right immediately behind my stern.
Everything goes according to Captain Van Thiel's plan.
285.
And the sea surfer is free.
And from here, this fellow should be okay to move on his own. Okay, hard port. Hard port. Thank you. And we'll go back and grab the next guy.
The smaller boat is even more delicate, and her hull more fragile.
The biggest concern for these guys is pushing ice down on their prop. if there is a large piece of ice between us and him, I got to make sure that I don't drive that ice in towards his propulsion system. Or next thing, we'll have a tow job.
It's touch and go. And half an hour later, the second boat is free. Captain Van Thiel updates them on the surrounding ice conditions.
There's not much hope for any longliner inside to try and get out in it. Like I said, it's all heavy stuff. Blocks of rafting, ridging onto it, and some big flows into it.
Okay, yes, yeah. Okay, then, boy, thanks for that. Thanks for your assistance here now. So, anyway, we'll see what happens there. Appreciate what you done there, over.
Roger, same to you, and take care, and I guess you guys just have to settle back for a few days, see what happens with the ice.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thanks.
Sure. Larsen, clear.
The last few days have been grueling, but Larsen has done her job well. Her crew has earned a break. And it's coming up. Their 28-day-long tour of duty is over. Larsen carries them home to Botwood. And a month of civilian life.
You guys see how light a professional packs?
But for the icebreaker, civilian life never comes. Another captain and another crew board. And Henry Larsen goes back to her relentless battle with the ice. She's the largest ship ever to sail on North America's Great Lakes. She can carry 55,000 tons of cargo. Through crippling ice, rough weather, and impossibly narrow rivers and locks. On the Great Lakes, disaster is routinely close at hand.
So we're wedged in here. Oh yeah, we're wedged here good.
The steel mills and power plants of American industry count on her to get through, whatever the risks. Paul R. Tregurtha, mightiest of the Great Lakers. Spring on Lake Michigan. The March ice is still thick, but it's time for a sleeping giant to wake up. Paul R. Tregurtha is the largest ever of the Great Lakes freighters. At 308 meters long, she's bigger than 3 football fields laid end to end. She's been hibernating in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Now, winter shore leave is over. Tregurtha's captain is legendary too. Timothy Dayton has been a master of Great Lakes ships for more than 20 years. He's a leader who can coax as much out of a ship as she has to give. He takes pride in getting the most out of every journey, no matter what the obstacles.
Hi there. How's things looking?
We're getting ready to start the engines.
Yeah, go ahead and drop the lines forward there, please.
Number 1's gone.
Number 1 gone.
7's gone.
7's gone.
This year, Captain Dayton's biggest worry is the ice.
There's probably a good 16, 18 inches of ice yet.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's we haven't seen a spring like this for a while.
Roger that.
Global warming. 8:59, we're going.
Tregurtha is the first ship out of the gate. For better or worse, she'll lead the way through the ice for the competitors who will follow her. She is only idle for 2 months of the season, the worst of winter freeze-up. when the Coast Guard closes the locks to Lake Superior. For the other 10 months of the year, she goes back and forth across the lakes, moving an astronomical 55,000 tons of coal or iron ore each trip. That's enough to fill 500 railway cars. On the delivery end, she unloads it herself, using her 80-meter conveyor boom. For her first contract, she'll travel empty to Superior, Wisconsin. She'll load up with coal and deliver it to Detroit Edison's generating plant near St. Clair, Michigan. It won't be easy. The Upper Great Lakes are famous for their storms, ice-choked bays, and narrow, treacherous rivers. All of the big Lakers' power comes from 8 stories below. This is the domain of Chief Engineer Lorne Wierzinski. He oversees Tregurtha's 1,500 horsepower bow thruster and 2 massive 8,000 horsepower diesel motors. The engines were partially rebuilt this winter. They're not broken in yet. Until they are, the new pistons can only run with limited RPMs.
This is the schedule we have right now. It's called the break-in. Like we want to run 75 RPM for 4 hours, 80 RPM for 4 hours, 85 for 4 hours. It's a gradual increasing the load on the engine.
Running the engine too hard now would put a huge strain on the rebuild. That could cause damage and possibly even a breakdown. And the ice is already a problem. A track has been cleared, but Tregurtha is 32 meters across. The path isn't wide enough. The ship can push through the straightaways, but she's too big for the turns. Wheelsman Donald Nye has steered these lakes for most of his life, but this is a tight squeeze.
To the right there.
It's hard right.
Hard right, okay. Go back to 10.
10.
Needs to swing just a little bit more. Come on, baby. There it goes. Woohoo!
Play Pinball Wizard.
Yes.
It's too narrow. Tregurtha is stopped cold. In plain view of the pier she just left.
Go hard again.
Hard.
Try 10. Now go hard. Back to hard.
Hard.
Just leave it hard. Now it's just a matter of power. Either the ice is going to win or we're going to win. The problem is the ice is probably 18, 20 inches thick here, and so I'm not going to break it with the ship side. So we're wedged in here. Oh yeah, we're wedged here good. It's always good to do things properly, and we are properly stuck.
For Captain Dayton, a delay so early in the trip is a bitter blow. It's time to call the Coast Guard for help.
Cutter Mobile Bay,
Yeah, Mobile Bay, the Paul R. Tregurtha. How you doing? Well, just to let you know, we are stuck out here just past Sherwood Point, and I have not been able to move here in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes working the engines back and forth.
The Coast Guard icebreaker Mobile Bay is nearby.
Frustrations. This is going to be a long trip.
A lot of money down the drain when we're not moving.
No, that's true.
The overhead.
This is getting your car stuck in the snow, and now we're waiting for Joe's Towing to show up and pull us out.
2 hours later, Mobile Bay arrives. She'll try to break up one side of the solid ice that's gripping Tregurtha. Freeing her up, to finish the turn that got her wedged.
Just trying to get a little speed up. What do you think the thickness is of it there?
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the plate here wasn't a couple feet. So yeah, it's pretty hard stuff.
It is tough.
Captain Dayton is anxious to get going.
Okay, don't be alarmed. I'm going to try going ahead on it. We got a couple clicks out of the compass, so we're a little bit loose. If I can get her to move ahead, then I'll try backing again. Okay, Doug. Let's go hard to the right. Come on, baby, don't fail me now. We're going. Okay, I got her moving astern here now. Boy, that's some mean, nasty stuff. The ice, it's mean, nasty stuff. No, the coffee's good.
Tregurtha powers forward for a few kilometers, but the ice is too thick.
Well, this ain't doing so good here. Oh, man.
The captain pushes the engines, but Tregurtha is stuck fast. She should be 300 kilometers north. Instead, she's trapped 25 from where she started. The fleet behind her is blocked in, and the Coast Guard cutter is no longer available to help. Tregurtha has to wait for a private icebreaker. It's getting dark, the wind is up, and the private icebreaker is 8 hours away. Midnight on a frozen Lake Michigan. 15 hours and just 25 kilometers since Tregurtha left port. She's stuck, still waiting for an icebreaker to free her. At 2 a.m., the Erika Kobasic finally arrives. And at last, Tregurtha is free. The ship's night vision camera guides the way through the track in the ice. The Kobasic stays with the freighter, cutting her free whenever she gets stuck. When the icebreaker leaves at dawn, the competition is breathing down Tregurtha's neck and using the path she's cleared.
All the stuff that they've been breaking up is now moving that way, and good riddance to it. We like to say it should go back to Canada where it came from.
Captain Dayton wants to make up for the day he's lost. Delays in commercial shipping are measured in minutes, and minutes are measured in thousands of dollars.
Well, I'm punching in the GPS route that will actually steer the vessel to Lansing Shoal.
He keeps an eye on the other ships.
Each transponder has a unique code. It's kind of like the ones in aircraft. This is us, right here. And what that does is it tells us who the ship is and gives us his course and speed and position. Bringing up rear is the Eggerby Spear, the Charles M. Beagley. Yeah, that has been a very useful tool in collision avoidance, at least among ships.
Tregurtha is moving, but the ice is still causing problems. Below, Chief Engineer Lorne Warzinski is worried. When Tregurtha was stuck, Captain Dayton was forced to push the engines hard.
Well, the poor old Chief's break-in schedule went right out the window for about 15 minutes after we left the dock.
The effect on the engines may not be immediately known, but there was no choice given the intense resistance of this year's ice. Even worse, the ice is choking the ship's ballast intakes, and that's critical in keeping her stable when she's empty. Tregurtha was designed to sail with a heavy load, so when her holds are empty, she floats 8 meters too high in the water. The engineers compensate by gradually filling her 9 ballast tanks as they sail away from the dock. By the time they reach deep water, the tank should be weighed down by 75,000 liters of lake water.
We have a lot of ice on our suction screens, so we get so much water in, and then we have to turn around and pump out to blow that ice away from the suction screen. So it's probably taking 3 times as long to put water in the boat as what it normally would.
Captain Dayton is just starting to feel relieved about making some headway when First Mate Daniel Culligan reports a potential disaster.
Now, what's this?
We got a hole. Port side, number 1 hatch. He looked over, his water spraying out.
Want to go up and take a look at it? See what, I didn't think we hit anything that hard. Bouncing around, though.
Yeah.
Hit a sharp corner.
Yeah. This is nice here.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead again there, Dan.
Okay, she's just about a foot or so above the water line. It's a good foot crack, and she's pissing out. Water's coming out in 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 different spots.
Yeah. Okay, so you're right there, forward edge of number 1?
Right where I'm standing, right here. Yeah, she's just on the forward edge of number 1 hatch.
Forward edge of number 1 hatch on the port side, okay.
This should not have happened. Tregurtha's hull is made of 19mm thick high-tensile steel. It's built to withstand the ice. Captain Dayton has to tell the U.S. Coast Guard there is a hole in his ship. If their inspectors think Tregurtha is in danger, they'll send her back to port. Or they may keep her in Sault Ste. Marie until a repair crew can fly in and fix her there. Either way, it's a huge delay and a huge expense.
Good morning, Sector 2. It's Manelli. Can I help you?
Hi there, this is motor vessel Paul Tregurtha here.
How you doing?
We have apparently a crack in the hull up around our number 1 ballast tank. It's probably at the 21 foot level. What our intention is to continue to proceed on our journey and have repairs effected in Superior where Fraser Shipyard is.
Captain, do you have any other safety concerns at this point?
Yeah, no, we're...
a crack at the 21 foot level if you're drafting 20 feet. How do you plan to address that issue?
Well, it's not... Yeah, really what I'm planning on doing is taking some water out of my number 1 and 2 tanks right now, lightening up the forward end a bit so that any further ice stress will be away from that area.
Hi, Captain. Thank you very much.
All right, real good.
Okay. Bye.
Forms. Now comes the bureaucracy.
Tregurtha doesn't have to turn back, yet. But in Sault Ste. Marie, the Coast Guard will take a close look at the crack in her hull. Only then will they know how bad it is and if the ship can be allowed to try to make it to Superior. After 33 hours of struggle, Tregurtha has at last pushed herself through the toughest of the lake ice. A few patches of the blue open waters of northern Lake Michigan begin to appear. The captain makes the most of this break. But the break doesn't last long, and they are soon back in the early spring ice. The narrow St. Mary's River leads to the locks at Sault Ste. Marie, but it's congested with ice, and night is falling. The Coast Guard suspends all traffic on the river until morning. The ice is too thick to take chances. She'll rest tonight, But tomorrow, Tregurtha must navigate the river and the impossibly tight locks of Sault Ste. Marie. The Coast Guard there could still send her right back where she started. The Queen of the Great Lakes has been fighting the lake ice, and the ice has won the first few rounds. It has punched a hole in Tregurtha and put her 2 days behind schedule en route to pick up a load of coal in Wisconsin. Now she has to face a Coast Guard inspection of her cracked hull that could set her back even more or send her home. But first, she has to battle the ice and tight turns of the St. Mary's River. Captain Dayton will do this alone without help from a local pilot. He has a ship's master's license and a pilot's license for these waters. That means he can go through the river and the Soo locks unassisted, but it also means he alone bears the blame if something goes wrong.
Okay, let's go hard to the right, Doug.
The river's bends are a challenge for the massive Tregurtha in the best of conditions. With the ice, getting through each turn is a minor miracle of ship handling. The role of ship's captain is one of the most challenging in any field. On board, he's the driver, the navigator, the meteorologist, the CEO, and the mayor.
But this captain is a good guy to work for because he's not a screamer, and we appreciate that, because when you go out on deck, you don't want to be all tense and worrying about getting screamed at versus doing your job.
Captain Dayton knows how to make his 22-person crew feel like they're the best team on the lakes.
I have a very good chief engineer. A lot of experience, good guy to work with. He owns a farm in the thumb of Michigan.
I tell my wife I have the best of both worlds. I always enjoyed sailing and I always enjoyed farming, so I get to do both.
He has 80, 90 head of beef cattle, and so most of the beef we eat on the ship comes from his farm. So we know that that's cow number 76, Some people are bothered by that,
I think out here the big thing is if you have good food, it's a big morale booster. So the guys don't really have a lot to look forward to except for meal time. So we try to make it nice for them.
Lunch. Doesn't get any better than this, huh?
2 days behind schedule, Tregurtha at last reaches the approaches to the Po Lock, the biggest of the locks at Sault Ste. Marie. This is her only gateway to Lake Superior.
This is where lake freighters do things that ocean ships don't normally do. And that's make a dock, land on the dock, slide the wall.
There is no wasted space in Tregurtha's design. Ocean-going ships have sharper bows for less resistance on long voyages. But Tregurtha's blunt bow gives her maximum cargo capacity while still fitting into this lock. When she slides in, she will have less than a half a meter of clearance on her port and starboard sides. There is no ship on the lakes with less room for error.
4 on the flat.
Okay.
And 3.
All right.
2.
Okay. Can you see it there, Tim?
Half a foot closing.
48 to the gate.
Tregurtha's deckhands go down to work the mooring lines. The ship will not even pause to let them off.
That fella there, Tim?
They're over here.
Okay.
The inspectors move in to look at the leak in the ruptured hull.
Each of the Coast Guard sectors have their own rules and what they like to see. So each of them will want to take whatever precautions they think necessary.
The captain knows his ship needs repairs, but he doesn't think the damage poses any danger. The hole leads to a ballast tank, which is designed to be filled with water anyway. There are no shipbuilding facilities in Sault Ste. Marie. He's hoping the Coast Guard will let him continue across Lake Superior to the shipyards there.
Good to go?
Good to go. They're gone.
All right. Okay. Are they happy?
Yeah, he was happy.
That's very good news. Very good news. Well, hopefully things are starting to go our way, maybe. And I think what they want to do is give Duluth Coast Guard a heads up so that when they come down and we do the repair and the inspection, they have an idea what they're looking at.
The lock chamber is flooded, and the damaged ship rises 6.5 meters, level with Superior, mightiest of the Great Lakes.
All right.
Up ahead, Whitefish Bay is ice-choked. Past that, the wounded Tregurtha must now navigate the largest body of fresh water in the world. Every sailor knows that Lake Superior has claimed hundreds of ships over the years. Cold, rough, wide open, more ocean than lake.
Whitefish Bay, gale warning in effect. Wind south 20 knots, increasing to gale 3-5 early this morning, then diminishing to wind.
Tregurtha sails over the grave of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The ore carrier's design was eerily similar. She went down in a gale in 1975 with no survivors. Not even time for a distress call.
You got the old Fitzies right there. He's sitting on the bottom. That they discovered, you know, there was some possible shoals in here, and they might have hit that, which in fact weakened them or put a hole, and he made it down this far. And that's where they found him.
Snow ending early this evening, then fair. Whitefish Bay is mainly ice covered.
These sailors learned long ago that fear accomplishes nothing. And they never lose their respect for the awesome power of nature that can make this giant of a ship seem so small. The next day brings respite, and Tregurtha is making her cruising speed of 24 kilometers an hour. The captain has been in constant contact with his bosses at the Interlake Steamship Company, as well as the Coast Guard and the insurance surveyors.
Okay.
Superior, Wisconsin is getting close, and so is the inspection. They'll be waiting for him at the pier.
Hello, Mark. Wow. Hey, we're in the harbor, so probably a good hour and a half, and we'll be getting down where we'll be opening it up.
Hour and a half out. Okay.
Okay.
I'll see you there.
All right, real good. The Coast Guard fella.
As soon as the vessel is secured, the inspectors and shipyard foremen come aboard. A big enough crack could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair as the ship sits idle. Captain Dayton takes pride in a job well done, and now the crown jewel of the Interlake Steamship Company fleet is laid up on his watch.
That'd be a fourth ring.
What'd the doctor say?
Not good. Serious. A lot more serious than just a little crack, so. Hard ice. Very hard ice.
The news is devastating. A dozen structural steel braces are bent or cracked outright. The integrity of the hull is severely compromised. There is talk of pulling off a 15-meter hull plate and talk of 2 weeks in port. The captain has heard enough. Time lost to repairs is money down the drain, and this is not going to be a quick fix. 4 a.m., Duluth, Minnesota. Tregurtha's ice-damaged hull has been inspected. Captain Dayton is about to hear the verdict.
And then we're also into those overheads on the cargo. Those are, I think there's 4 of those.
5.
5?
6 of those.
That were either fractured or, and then Nick found another one.
There's a couple where the high floor meets the bottom of the web frame. Those are all cracked.
He wakes up his boss at the Interlake Steamship Company with a phone call he would rather not make.
Yeah, they're talking about crop in a 10-foot by 56-foot piece of plate.
10 by 50. Whoa.
Yeah.
Good Lord. 10 by 56 feet.
Yeah, they found 7 frames that are tripped.
I'm appalled. Well, you're going to be there for more than 4 days.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. The Fraser shipyard foremen predict a long 2 weeks. The repairs cost money. Keeping the crew on the clock costs money. Tregurtha's first job of the year is a bust. The shipwrights start cutting and welding round the clock. They cut access holes into the sides of the cargo holds so they can replace the broken frames from the inside. They work at a feverish pace. And they finish in 5 days. Tregurtha is free to sail.
We're hoping for the best and getting the engines ready to go, and we're out of here. And it's about time.
Tregurtha crosses the harbor to the Superior Midwest Energy Terminal, where her load of coal lies waiting. The boom swings out of the way, and the onboard crane opens the hatches. For the next 10 hours, coal pours into the ship. Operator Gregory Minner controls the giant computerized coal loading arm entirely from a wireless panel slung over his shoulder.
Loading a mixture of Decker coal, Spring Creek coal, and North Animal coal.
Tregurtha has 5 holds. Each can carry 11,000 tons. The coal comes in through 36 on-deck hatches. When it's time to unload, it funnels out the bottom of the V-shaped holds. It drops onto a 275-meter-long conveyor. That leads to an intricate series of belts that bring the coal out to the ship's distinctive unloading arm. As the ship loads, the duty officer keeps track of every kilo. If the cargo isn't loaded evenly, the stress on the hull could be too much and the ship could break apart.
I communicate with the engine room, call them. The engineer down there will pump each ballast tank that I want pumped in the sequence that I want it pumped.
Hello. We've reached 6 feet in number 8 starboard.
All right.
Security call, security. The motor vessel Paul Tregurtha now departing Superior Midwest Energy Terminal, outbound Duluth Harbor for the lake. To me, this is the worst spot on the whole trip. Coming in and out of these bridges. This bridge here, the piers, they're narrow And here, you're coming out, you're making a 80-degree turn, and you don't have a lot of room to mess around. Looking good, Don. Yep, just nice and easy. Center.
Tregurtha hits open water, and Captain Dayton is anxious to make up time on his way to St. Clair, Michigan. It took 500 railway cars to bring this coal from mines in Montana to Superior, Wisconsin. Tregurtha will carry this impressive load in one run. Shipping is by far the most efficient way of transporting heavy cargo. The crew prepares for the next big challenge, the narrow Sioux Locks. To get through the locks and shallow St. Mary's River without further delays, every one of the ship's functions will have to work flawlessly. By the time they see the International Bridge at Sault Ste. Marie, Tregurtha is just 30 hours from St. Clair. Captain Dayton must now navigate the Po Lock fully loaded and take her safely through the most treacherous waterway on her journey, the Rock Cut. Dangerous, dark, and shallow, with jagged rocks on the bottom. The colossal laker Paul R. Tregurtha has to negotiate the narrow Po Lock at Sault Ste. Marie. She's 11 days into a trip that should have taken 4. The heavy spring ice is to blame. She waits for ships to clear the lock. They bring bad news. There's more ice ahead in the river.
It's pretty sloppy down there. It's all broken up, and boy, there's a lot of it. It's just like driving a brick through a snow cone.
Yeah, no kidding.
So anyway, good luck to you there. Hope things get her straightened out there and have a good river transit.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
Captain Dayton will do whatever he must to avoid further delays. But getting through the lock is tougher this time. The fully loaded ship is drafting deeper. It's harder to maneuver, and the ice slows down the whole operation.
All got it, all got it.
Okay.
She's safely through. Tregurtha won't even stop to resupply. In a carefully choreographed maneuver, a grub boat pulls alongside. It delivers a week's worth of supplies, everything from iceberg lettuce to new engine heads. The St. Mary's River lies in front of her. She sailed it on her way up to Superior, but it's like a divided highway. On the way down, she will take a different, more perilous route. This time, she must pass through the Rock Cut. Rock Cut was blasted out of the Precambrian shield. The bottom is a sawtoothed mass of boulders. If Tregurtha is drafting too deep, they'll tear her open. Tregurtha's load calculations had better be exact.
What it really comes down to is math. The ship can take so many ton of cargo, and given that amount of cargo, it will have so deep a draft.
Tregurtha's heavy load leaves less than half a meter of clearance at the bottom. Sioux Coast Guard Traffic Control has made it clear that no Coast Guard boats will be working until daylight. If Tregurtha attempts the passage, she could win back some precious time.
Well, they're not working all night. We are, but they're not stopping anybody.
No other ship will hazard the Rock Cut tonight. But Captain Dayton has done it before, and he will do it this time.
get to make the first night transit. Oh boy. Are we lucky?
If he's even a few meters off, Tregurtha could be grounded or wrecked.
Okay, Doug, let's go left. Well, you have to take a look at what the water levels are doing. We come down here a lot of times, we're dragging our feet, and when we get down here to the rock cut, we'll have probably 1.5 feet of water underneath us. The bad part about this, it's all can openers. Rocks, things that open up the hull.
It's so shallow, there's not enough water for the propellers to bite into. The suction of the turning blades creates gas bubbles. It makes the props inefficient, wears them down. Shock waves make the boat sound like she's groaning. The vibration makes Tregurtha shudder violently.
Very nice, Doug. Good job.
By daylight, it's a straight run through Lake Huron. But the final test is ahead. Success hinges on Tregurtha's self-unloading conveyor system. Tomorrow it will be tried for the first time this season, and it all has to work without a hitch. It was supposed to be a 5-day voyage to pick up coal in Superior, Wisconsin and deliver it to Detroit Edison. It's now day 12. But the St. Clair River, her home stretch, is near.
We're close to the end. We're 2.5, 3 hours tops from the dock.
As Tregurtha closes in on her destination, Mother Nature finally gives her a break. A south wind blows away the ice pack. The entrance to the river is clear. Another narrow river, another tight squeeze for the enormous freighter.
All right, we're blowing the horn for the little kids back here. Hi, guys. They're all excited.
Dayton will have to turn her around in a very tight space, and by the time he gets there, night will have fallen.
Well, we're going to come down to near the dock, and we're going to spin the boat around 180 degrees and dock. And we'll do that all on the current. The first couple times you do it, it's wow. Yeah, it's an interesting maneuver. Like I said, ship handling is the best part of the whole job. It really is.
With the end so close, Dayton's work is almost done.
I got the titles for 2 books. One is Sailing the Lakes from the 7th Story, and the other one is Middle-Aged, Middle Class, and Pissed Off. I gotta write the book, though. I got the titles down.
The captain begins the tight turn.
See, when we get turned around, just because of the way the thing pivots around, the bow comes out, so then you got to shove it back over.
Tregurtha is finally at the dock. Her whole trip comes down to this moment, unloading the coal. Her 80-meter boom arm is fed by an internal belt elevator system. It swings 100 degrees to port or starboard.
Oh, they're okay back here.
Conveyorman Brian Gallup has waited patiently the whole trip. He'll put the self-unloading system through its paces for the first time this year. It's complex, intricate, and Tregurtha can't afford another delay. The incredible network of belts and elevators can unload 65 tons a minute, all without the aid of a shore-based crane. It's a huge time saver. Few other ships have the self-unloading system. It makes Tregurtha one of the most efficient carriers on the lakes. "14 hours later, and 55,000 tons of coal have been unloaded. One cargo delivered, one mission down. Tregurtha's got a whole season in front of her. The big ship is already headed back to Superior. Dayton will move as much cargo in the next 10 months as his ship can carry, and they can make as many as 70 trips. This crew will push every day until freeze-up to gain back the time lost to the ice."
Did I tell you about my theory about sailors? Sailors are the finest people in the world.
And the mighty ship Paul R. Tregurtha will give Captain Dayton everything she's got. She is the ship that keeps the world wired.
The line is already connected to the cable, yes.
Tyco Resolute builds the information highway underwater.
Without undersea cables, we wouldn't have the internet.
The cable ship is designed to submerge the strands of the World Wide Web.
We are in the cable tank.
Resolute will connect a nation desperate for 21st century communications.
You are connecting people from different countries.
It's precision work in a dangerous environment.
You never know what you are going to find down there.
What they find is trouble. It's dawn on the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. A small boat races out to pick up a special piece of cargo. A telecommunications cable. Tyco Resolute, a 140-meter-long, state-of-the-art cable ship, is about to lay a vital link in the waters off Western Central America. The economy of an entire country depends on her success. Resolute will plug a fiber optic cable into an outlet on a Costa Rican beach.
500 meters.
She'll then run that line out to splice it into a major telecommunications trunk line running between California and Panama. The Pan-American crossing, called PAC-1, can carry immense amounts of data, but right now it bypasses Costa Rica. Attached to the end of a simple rope, the high-tech fiber optic cable starts to leave or pay out from the ship.
Yes, you can start paying out, 0.2.
Resolute is paying out, 0.2.
Roger.
The cable is towed across the pounding surf.
Stand by there, keep the cable back.
A team of specialists get ready to connect it on shore.
Yes, the cable end is at the high water mark, 0948, copy. Yeah, we copy, thank you.
The line spools out from inside the ship's massive holding tanks. Floats prevent the cable from being dragged along the sea floor. About as thick as a garden hose, the cable is designed to carry two things that don't mix well with seawater: electricity and data moving at the speed of light. Resolute's crew needs to get the cable plugged into the beach outlet before low tide. The ship is close to the beach. There are only 12 meters between her propellers and the bottom, and low tide is just 10 hours away.
Tyco Resolute.
Go ahead, Captain.
Captain Jose Moran monitors his ship's position.
The sunset is about 5:30 in the evening, so that's the deadline for us. If it's not completed, it will be not good for us to stay here in shallow water with the ship.
Protecting the cable and his company's multi-million-dollar investment is engineer Paul Betts. Betts is the lone representative from Global Crossing, the company that hired Tyco Resolute to lay this cable.
One of the main concerns for a cable owner is making sure that it's not damaged and obviously causing the country disruption.
Betts needs to have confidence in the crew, especially in this man. Engineer in charge, Eugenio Nieto, commands the cable-laying operation.
A little behind schedule, but yeah, in time.
Time is money. It costs $100,000 a day to run Resolute. The job has to be completed in 20 days, or contractor Tyco Telecom starts to run over budget. If any ship can do it, it's Resolute. She's just 6 years old and a technological marvel. Her engines are connected by computer to her navigation system. That allows her to be positioned exactly, a key requirement for the precise job of cable laying. Resolute's last job was connecting Jamaica to Florida, and her crew is always up for the next challenge.
The cable ships I like very much because I need to be exciting sometimes, you know? And here you find this.
The man everyone calls Cholo is the ship's bosun. He's in charge of Resolute's deckhands. Cholo has been working on cable ships since he was 17.
Very straight line. It's pretty nice.
Landing the cable on the beach is just the beginning of a mission that will change a nation. Costa Rica isn't wired for the 21st century. A booming economy is driving demand for more data and better telephone service. There's a cable on the Caribbean coast, but its capacity is limited, and when it has trouble, the entire country goes down.
Sometimes the internet is down in all Costa Rica, all at the same time.
That's a huge problem for Costa Ricans, even worse for international businesses.
It's been down more than one day for the entire country, and it's like everything comes to a standstill.
To solve these problems, the Costa Rican phone company has agreed to buy capacity from Global Crossing. But to start making money, the cable owner needs to get the new line up and running fast. After 9 hours, the cable still isn't connected, and the crew's getting worried.
You must be very careful with the clock because the night is coming, and we cannot be here very long time.
The tide is ebbing, and Resolute's getting closer to the bottom.
We are very close to down the ship. Very few meters. Mucha suerte. Cross my fingers.
Finally, after 10 hours, the cable is hooked up to the beach outlet. Divers cut the floats, and the heavy cable plummets to the seabed. Using jets of water, they bury it. With the cable now in place, the crew must find out if it's actually working.
Attention all hands, the cable system's about to be powered.
They send light down the line and look for it to bounce back. When they get a successful loop back, Resolute can move out.
Nope, no loop backs.
The cable isn't working.
On the beach, Gary, do you copy?
Yeah, this is Gary on the beach, I copy.
Well, we don't see the loop backs here.
Up again, Roger.
Power down. Yeah, power down, yes.
On the bridge, Captain Moran keeps an eye on the tide. Resolute's now nearing her minimum safe depth, and she's continuing to drop.
It should be 320.
Below in the transmission room, engineers Eugenio Nieto and Don Hodges try desperately to figure out why the cable isn't working. They need to do it fast, or Resolute may have to cut the line, head to deeper water, and start over. Cable ship Tyco Resolute is trying to connect a new fiber optic cable to the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. But the tide is going out. The ship is getting closer to the bottom and the cable is not working. There's no point laying more until it's fixed, but to keep on schedule, they have to do it fast.
Everybody's clear out.
The shore crew found that fibers were damaged while being spliced into the beach outlet.
They found them broken in the manhole, so they repaired them, and now we're up and we're working.
It's okay now, Don. We have loop backs now. We got loop backs now?
Finally, the cable is carrying a strong signal back to the ship.
Yeah, that's much better.
Resolute can now start laying cable. The crew breaks out the machine at the heart of the mission, the sea plow.
Okay, dale a la grúa para arriba.
This 12-ton monster will bury the cable a meter deep into the seabed. In shallow water, this protects the cable from being damaged by anchors and fishing nets. The plow is towed behind Resolute, and she's a slow, lumbering beast. Luckily, looks don't matter.
It's very ugly. It's very ugly, this plow.
Hopefully everything is going good.
Just to get it into the water requires a 65-ton crane. But as soon as the sea plow hits the water, something goes wrong.
Hey, Paul, we're going to pick up the plow, to recover the plow. We have a, no, I don't know yet. We have a problem there, okay? The plow is dead, so it will be long.
The plow don't have energy, you know? Everything is dying.
The technicians find seawater shorted out the electric motor. A costly delay will put even more pressure on client Paul Betts.
Could be 1 hour, could be 10 hours. We'll have to wait and see.
The crew works through the night. At dawn, the massive plow is ready. It's a 20-hour setback. This time, everything works. Finally, the plowing can begin. The fiber optic line leaves the ship through a series of wheels and drums designed to control tension and prevent sharp bends. But plowing is slow work, It takes an hour to bury a single kilometer. Even that requires enormous towing force. Resolute has about the same pulling power as a diesel locomotive. The sea plow rides on 2 skids at the front and 2 wheels at the back. In the middle is the blade that carves the trench. The cable enters the mouth of the plow, travels through the blade, and is pressed into the seabed by a metal plate. The sea plow's control room is in a container on deck. The pilots run the vehicle by remote control. They only have to bury cable in water less than a kilometer deep. On this run, that'll be the first 47 kilometers and should take 3 days. It looks like a giant video game, but the stakes are incredibly high. If the sea plow doesn't work, the entire operation has to be aborted. The pilot monitors video from underwater cameras and an array of sensors and steers with a computer joystick. The pilots know the contours of the seabed, but there's a high risk the plow will damage the cable. Its survival depends on pilot skill and on paying out the cable at just the right speed. Less than a kilometer into the journey, the sea plow's steering suddenly goes dead.
Siempre recovery plow problem. Malo. Very bad.
On deck, the problem is obvious. A hydraulic hose has burst.
We must put a new one when we don't lose again oil, you know?
Without hydraulics, the sea plow is dead in the water. And with another delay, the submersible team is feeling the strain. Lost time cost Tyco Telecom $4,000 an hour. Francisco Cusillas, nicknamed Chuku, is one of the plow's pilots. Chuku is determined to get the hose fixed and his machine back to work, even if it requires brute force.
Sigue. Ahí va. Un poco más. Más. Más.
They are trying to fix it and it's a bit awful.
The plow engineers have now been awake more than 24 hours. Captain Moran worries fatigue will lead to injuries and insists some of the team get some sleep.
They are really tired. They cannot stay awake 2 or 3 days without resting. That's my concern now.
The one man on the ship losing more sleep than anyone is cable team leader Eugenio Nieto. He has to keep the operation moving.
Well, you feel alone many times because everybody looks at you looking for solutions when there are problems.
Well, I think it's a lot of pressure on him in every job because it's a lot of people looking from shore and checking what you are doing.
Mostly what they're checking is the schedule. Nieto knows he's now 2 days behind. Until his plow is back in the water and burying cable, the pressure is only going to get worse. Cable ship Tyco Resolute has 20 days to lay a fiber optic line from Costa Rica, 144 kilometers out into the Pacific Ocean, where it will connect to an international telecommunication cable. But on day 3 of her mission, she's already 2 days behind. The crucial sea plow is not working. The crew repairs the plow's broken hydraulic hose. It's tested and retested. Finally, the machine can get back to work.
I think this time will be okay.
In shallow water, the sea plow buries the cable to protect it from anchors and fishing nets. But whenever the plow is pulled up on deck, it leaves cable exposed and vulnerable. But Resolute's crew must move on and fix those sections later.
The plow is on the bottom and we are resuming the burial, so we feel great.
Now, working at a depth of 39 meters, the plow is making good progress. In the morning light, everyone is relieved to see the coastline disappear.
After that, I don't see anymore the beach. Many days outside, only sea and air, and that's it.
With the plow operating smoothly, the crew settles into their seagoing routine. The 60 men are on board for 2 months at a time. 2 teams rotate 12-hour watches. When not working, life on this state-of-the-art ship is Spartan but comfortable. The heart of the ship's life is the galley. Most of the crew come from Spain, but there are a few South Americans. Like the diners, the food has a distinctly Latin flavor. Chief cook Vittorio Mikhailovich is actually a Serb, but he also speaks Spanish and 5 other languages. Vittorio's mastered the art of keeping his crew happy.
I always check this garbage box, you know. If you see empty, that's people happy. That's the best solution, you know, to check.
No. Okay. Thank you very much.
On the bridge, Captain Moran is following a precise route. The cable is not laid in a straight line. He has to weave around rocks and chasms. Multiple GPS receivers feed data to computers that fine-tune the power and rotation of Resolute's azipod systems, which propel and steer the ship in place of a traditional rudder. Captain Moran can maintain her position to within a remarkable 1 meter. The ship tunes her speed so the right amount of cable is spooled out.
Well, we are monitoring permanently, almost permanently, the cable in order to see that all electrical and optical measurements are okay.
Everything seems to be going well.
Do you hear me?
But as the sea plow buries its 10th kilometer of cable, Chief Engineer Nieto gets some bad news.
How is the earth connection there?
Somewhere there's been a break in the cable's insulation, and electricity is leaking out.
It's very strange. I mean, we're having different values at different times.
It's a disaster in the making.
We got 150 kilometers of cable, and somewhere in that cable there is a pinhole that we have to locate.
And they need to locate it immediately.
What is happening is we need the electricity flowing normally on the cable to have all the electronics working properly.
If the fault is in the buried cable, it will all have to be pulled back up. That's deeply worrying for cable owner rep Paul Betts.
So we're definitely going to recover? We're sure the fault's outside? It might be on the ship. It could be in the sea. We don't want to pick the plow up and undo our good work if it's in the ship. So the problem is to try and locate where the fault actually is.
It's Nieto's decision, but he wants to keep Betts on side.
As long as we're sure it's not behind us.
Balancing the data we have.
Nieto thinks the fault is in the 10 kilometers of cable already laid.
The 2 options. I think it's in the water.
Are you proposing to recover or to continue to lay?
I think it's worth it. Even if we have 10 kilometers to pick up, it's worth it to pick up.
If the fault's in the ship, then we've wasted 10 hours. Actually, we've wasted more than 10 hours.
Paul Betts thinks it's likely in the cable still on board.
My opinion is on the ship. In my opinion.
Nieto has to decide if they should pick up the cable already laid or keep laying cable while they look for the fault.
Are we going to lay or are we going to stay on station? Are we going to lay the cable?
No, we're going to keep it as we are.
Okay.
Probably a good use of time.
In the end, Nieto sides with Betts. They'll keep laying cable and look for the fault in the line that's still on the ship. If he's right, they'll save time and money. But if he's wrong, it'll cost his company tens of thousands of dollars and put the mission even further behind schedule.
All right, we're going to power down now. Power down.
After a day, instruments narrow the problem down to one section, but that section is 47 kilometers long. The hole they're looking for may be invisible to the naked eye. Nieto's plan is to find the fault by spraying water on the cable. Water's an electrical conductor, and when it hits a live wire, it will spark.
When the fault goes into the seawater, I'm sure we'll see it straight away. So we're just trying to replicate what that might be in a controlled fashion. They're looking for any potential signs of like a burning.
Finally, Nieto spots a wisp of smoke and smells burning rubber.
El Genio saw the smoke. So that was it, yeah. The smoke gave it away. Smoke signals, like we said.
Can you make out the hole right there? Where it's burned through?
It's melted with paint on the deck. Yeah.
Well, we feel happy because finally we have the ghost just in front of us.
The crew's relief is short-lived. Now the seabed suddenly drops off.
But the problem is here.
The plow is about to hit a steep slope.
We can do anything. If it goes downhill, it goes downhill.
It is the most dangerous part of the plowing operation. The slope is 24 degrees downhill and an even steeper 34 degrees on the sides.
We have to take care in the slopes because we don't want to roll over the plow.
If the plow loses grip, it could tumble out of control, break the cable, and sustain serious damage. Resolute slows to a crawl. The pilots dig the plow blade in deep. If they don't like what they see, they'll have to bail out and pull up the plow.
If we get to the point where the cable or the plow are in danger, yeah, we may take that decision. But so far, it's going okay.
On the bridge, the crew is tense, but for a different reason. A fishing boat is heading straight for the cable and tow lines trailing Resolute. Repeated warnings go unanswered. The last thing they need now is to spend a day untangling a fishing net and repairing bent cable. Tyco Resolute is on high alert.
Con rumbo 146, velocidad 8 nudos. Por favor, manténgase apartado.
A fishing boat is headed straight for the stern of the cable ship. It could damage the telecommunication cable trailing behind the ship, and the fishermen themselves could get badly hurt.
It's very dangerous for everyone.
Pesquero con rumbo 146.
Finally, the fishermen respond and change course.
They have to take a distance, safety distance of 1 mile from us.
In the control room, the pilots face their toughest challenge yet.
Sí, cuando tengamos una sonda de 200 metros.
The sea plow is heading straight down a slope, steep enough to topple it over.
180 de fondo.
A cartwheeling plow would sustain serious damage and sever the cable. "800 meters below, the sea plow is being pushed to its limit. It takes over 5 hours of nail-biting navigation to travel just 3 kilometers. The ocean floor keeps dropping until it's 1,000 meters deep. At this depth, the risk of being snagged is low, so the cable can be laid directly onto the seabed. The plow has done its job.
Ay, Agustín, ok. Campeón, no te puedes imaginar lo a gusto que voy a dormir esta noche.
You cannot imagine. He go to sleep very, very, very nice tonight.
Captain Moran pushes Resolute into second gear. She is now moving 6 times faster than when she was pulling the plow.
The goal here is to cover the bottom profile with the cable as smooth as possible.
As the cable spools out faster, the line is continually powered to ensure it's working. Now, it's an electrical hazard.
The cable now is with power, you know? I cannot touch the cable. It's dangerous. I die.
In less than a day, Resolute puts 100 kilometers of cable on the bottom. Nieto is exhausted, but they have reached the place where they will splice into the main telecommunications cable. Before that, they have to go back and bury the cable in places the plow malfunctioned.
We've identified some key areas along the routes that are of interest, and there's one particular area where the plow didn't bury the cable because there was a hydraulics problem.
The tool for finding and fixing these problems is another of Resolute's high-tech wonders, the remotely operated vehicle, or ROV. This yellow submarine has fans that allow it to fly through the water and treads to move it along the seabed. For her pilots, the ROV is an entirely different ride from the lumbering sea plow.
Como si fuera un Ferrari, un coche de Fórmula 1. Es más interesante. Hay más complicaciones y más curvas, más todo. Derrapamos más. Ok, vamos a dar la vuelta hacia el este.
When it finds a section of unburied cable, the ROV digs a trench under it by blasting water at the sand and mud. This stirs up so much silt, the pilots are flying blind. They have to rely on instruments and instinct. The ROV can easily get tangled in unburied cable.
Lo más peligroso es la suspensión que podamos encontrar con el cable. Que vayas trabajando con el robot y la suspensión que no la veamos, que venga por encima del robot, y eso es lo más peligroso que pueda haber.
During launch and recovery, the submersible crew has to make sure the ROV isn't damaged. No ROV, no mission.
We need to recover it in one piece. That's very important for us, not to have any accident.
Puente, ¿nos estáis siguiendo?
After getting through 9 dives in 2 days, all the cable is now buried. But Resolute's mission is far from over. What she's about to do next seems unthinkable. She will cut one of the busiest communications cables in the Pacific. Global Crossing's entire South American network will be at risk. A week into her voyage, Resolute is living up to her name. With determination and skill, she has laid 144 kilometers of cable from Costa Rica out into the Pacific Ocean. Now she faces her toughest task. The crew has to connect that cable to a fiber optic trunk line that links North and South America. Up till now, that line called Pac 1 has passed Costa Rica by. But what's coming next seems crazy. She's going to cut a perfectly good working cable to splice in the new branch line to Costa Rica.
And we cross with this, the cable, and we cut. After that, we have 2 pieces of cable.
Global Crossing has already cut Pac 1's power and moved internet and phone traffic to cables on the Caribbean side. Now Resolute drags an 800-kilogram blade called the Flatfish toward the cable.
Everybody's nervous because it's into a really important link. The client is very concerned about it.
There are 2 big concerns. First, if that cable is damaged, the impact on South America will be enormous. And Resolute has to get Pac 1 back online quickly. Every minute the cable is down costs the cable owner thousands of dollars.
We have to finish this as soon as possible in order for our customer to pay less for the rerouting of his traffic.
Ha cortado, genio. The company is waiting. Time is money. El tiempo es dinero. Mucho dinero.
Officers and engineers monitor what's happening 3 kilometers below. They want to slice the cable on the first pass, and they really don't want to snag anything else.
We have to make another track. It's 12 hours.
They know where Pac 1 is supposed to be, but can only tell if they've hit their target when tension on the Flatfish changes.
We have something. We hope that this something was the cable.
When the tension suddenly drops, it's a safe bet the cable is cut.
We cut the cable, yeah, and we have 2 pieces in the bottom.
With Pac 1 cut, Resolute has days of frantic, high-tech action to come, all with one focus. Resolute carries with her a branching unit that will connect the 2 severed ends of the Pac 1 cable to the new Costa Rica branch. 3 loose ends will be connected by 3 splices. One will connect Costa Rica, the next Panama, and finally California. But Resolute must first get the cable ends aboard. To do that, she uses a specialized hook to snag and raise the cable.
We have one side of the cable, yeah?
To everyone's relief, one end of Pac 1 is safely aboard.
The starboard side is the Panama side. So this cable here is going to Panama.
Now, the pressure's on to complete the splices as fast as possible.
The traffic that was on it is now being rerouted via North America, so it's taking a long way round. So the sooner we get it back on, the better.
Inside Resolute's fiber optics lab, the ship's cable surgeons prep the first splice. They strip the cable back and isolate the fibers. It is no easy task. The cable has multiple layers of waterproof plastic and metal protecting the core, the fragile fiber optic strands. Made of glass, each fiber is about as thick as a human hair. It transmits data via laser light over thousands of kilometers. David Morell is Resolute's head jointer.
Some people call me the fiber optic doctor.
The fibers are so small that Morell and his team must microscopically align the ends with an electronic splicing machine. They are then fused with a tiny spark. To survive the huge pressure on the deep ocean floor, each splice is wrapped in a molded-on plastic housing. If tests confirm the connection and housing are good, a single glass fiber will be worth millions of dollars to the cable's owner. If it's not, it's worth less than a strand of spaghetti.
We are looking for here for the metallic part, is very clean. And also air, bubbles, is nothing here. It's very, very healthy. Sube el cable para arriba.
The only test that really counts is if it still performs on the ocean floor. Lead cable engineer Eugenio Nieto can't relax until this first connection to Panama is working on the bottom. The line is tested. A strong signal returns to the ship. Splice 1 is good. But with only a few days left, the team works around the clock to make the remaining splices.
The main thing is to do it fast, fast, fast.
20 hours later, Costa Rica and Panama are linked through the connector or branching unit on board Resolute. For the entire system to work, the massive connector must be lowered to the bottom of the ocean. Sinking the $1 million branching unit is one of the riskiest steps of the entire mission. The Pac-1 cable has been cut. If something goes wrong, it won't be back online anytime soon. And that'll cost the client plenty. Tyco Resolute, a modern marvel of marine technology, is in the final phase of her latest undersea installation. The cable ship is connecting Costa Rica to the world by joining fiber optic cables deep in the Pacific. Now the most critical moment of the entire mission is underway.
The branching unit is coming, you know, and it's very delicate, you know, and we must be very careful with the branching.
The branching unit is a 600-kilogram electronic switch. It has connected the new Costa Rica line to Panama. Once it's safely working on the seabed, a third splice will connect the line to California.
We need a lot of hands, so the 2 watches are on deck now.
Putting this connector 3 kilometers down on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean is a risky venture.
When the view is getting to the bottom, even if we go very slow, something can happen with it. It's important we ensure that everything is working properly.
If this new link fails, the whole Pac-1 system will need to be repaired. The crew tries to ensure good fortune with a cable ship tradition. The branching unit is accompanied by the lead engineer's briefs.
Nice exits.
For 3 hours, the branching unit is lowered to the bottom far below. Now, the critical test.
Hey, Don. View is on bottom.
When it's online, the cable can carry nearly 200,000 emails per second, or 100,000 telephone conversations.
Let me try again.
Right now, Resolute could use just one decent connection.
I'm trying to call the cable station. Sometimes we have less than perfect communications.
Resolute has to coordinate with land stations, but the only phone is an unreliable satellite link.
Nothing. On a communication ship and you can't communicate.
Finally.
Yeah, I hear you pretty good for a change. This is Don Hodges on the Resolute.
Okay, 92 milliamps, 1190 volts.
Okay, we're powered up to Panama.
The signal is good all the way to Panama.
Everything went well. We feel very well.
The next morning, Resolute makes the final splice to connect California. A test confirms it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's the best place we've seen so far.
Mission accomplished. Despite all her difficulties, Tyco Resolute has completed her job on schedule.
Super. The cable's on the seabed. The cable stations are carrying out their final tests, and then we're going to put our traffic straight back onto the cable.
It's awesome, awesome. I feel awesome.
By the time Costa Ricans realize their communication systems are vastly improved, Resolute will be long gone. For the next 2 years, the ship will be working every day.
And as the demand dictates for more internet capacity, then we'll keep laying more cables.
Her next job, for a different customer, is to lay a 2,500 kilometer cable from Alaska to Oregon.
All the cable ships we have in the world are not enough for all the cables that are requested.
You are connecting people from different countries to feel like making a contribution to the humanity.
I feel this ship very much, you know, because hopefully I will be retired on this ship.
Tyco Resolute, weaving the strands that keep the world connected.